morning, guys. Thanks for joining me on a Saturday. I'm still trying to clear off my desk so we can do this today. Thanks for joining me on Saturday morning. Happy Saturday. Let's go to mixed media crafting stuff today. So there's a couple of you joined me so far this morning. I realize it's early for some. So in California, it's like either 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. And for me in Arizona, it's 7. For the rest of you guys, it's anywhere up to 10 a.m. So thanks for joining me on Saturday. I love that you guys are going to hang out with me. We're going to make mixed media things. Today, if you have any type of Tim Holtz sprays, any type of Tim Holtz inks, some substrates like watercolor cardstock or mixed media cardstock, whatever you have, gather that up. We're going to do a whole big mixed media play today using all different kinds of mediums, substrates, all different kinds of things. Good morning, Brenda. Thanks for joining. So yeah, I just need a couple of minutes to finish getting set up over here. Mixed media is hard because this is the live sale room. And so not everything can be brought over here, but I try to bring as much as I can. And right now I probably have, between last night's craft with me and this morning's craft with me, I probably have at least a quarter of my craft room in this room right now. It's like super, super full of stuff. So anyway, I'm trying to get some things put away so I can get out my mixed media things. Can't get my crocodile back in my little crocodile case. So yeah, I have some new Tim Holtz sprays that I need to take the plastic wrap off of before I knock them on the floor with my elbow. So I'm gonna need to do that. You guys know how when you order them, every little bottle is sealed up with the plastic wrap. And so I need to get that taken care of. And then I need to set up a splat box because we're going to get messy today. It's going to be a fun day. Fun day. Sorry. Reach close to the camera. There's so much stuff in here. There's no place to put anything anymore. There's just tons of stuff. So, did you guys craft along last night? I see Kim is in here. Credence Kalari is in here, and I forget your first name, Kalari. I know it's Debbie, right? Debbie Kalari. And Maria C is here. Hello, hello. Good morning, guys. Thank you so much for joining. Let me get some things kind of, I don't want anything to fall during the live. So we set these up. Let me clear out this. I put the little things we made from masterboards under my craft mat last night. Oh, I'm showing you like the camera's down there. You guys can't see. So those are done. Let me put those over there. So I brought in, let me go ahead and show you what I brought in for today. There's just a mess everywhere. I did put away some things last night, but apparently not nearly enough. Let me tuck those in there. So I brought in, my hair is itching my face. Good morning, Faith Ann. Good morning, Susan. So I brought in a bunch of different cardstocks and watercolor paper. I embossed a whole bunch of different, basically like the size of a card front. I embossed a whole bunch of those so that we can put sprays and things down them. And then my idea, you know, I'll just probably use them instead of card fronts. I'll probably use them as like tag bases or even pockets or something like that. But I embossed a whole bunch of things. So if you want to start embossing, that's a good place to start. And then we'll put them in the splat box and we'll do some sprays over them. I have a bunch of different sprays. I have the Tim Holtz oxide sprays. I have like glimmer mists from back in the day. I have embossing supplies so that we can do some layers through a stencil with embossing powders and then spray over top of that. I also have modeling paste in here to do over top of a page. We'll let that dry. And then I have the glass bead gel, which I will show you guys again because a lot of you guys were around last Christmas where I used the glass bead gel. But I brought that in too so we can put some of that through stencil. I brought in so much stuff. I'm probably going to be here at least for 4 hours. I know that is a ridiculously long amount of time, but I have a lot of things to get through today. So thank you guys for joining me. I'm so excited to do this. I'm tired, but I'm so excited to do this. Let me find something. I wish that I had brought a pocket knife in here to slice open this plastic. Let me flip the camera down too, so that you guys don't just have to look at the side of my head while we do this. And then I'm gonna start showing you exactly what I brought in. Okay, there's my messy mat. So these are the sprays that I need to take the plastic wrap off. Some of them already have the plastic wrap off. I picked a bunch of fall colors for these. So most of these I have never used. The ones that I have used obviously are already open, but the rest of them, unfortunately, I have to sit here and peel the plastic off. Which if you've ever done this, like for a whole set, it takes some time, which is why these ones were never done. So I bought these several years ago now and just didn't get around to using most of the colors. These ones are distress oxide sprays. And I just chose a bunch of fall colors. They do have a shaking ball in them, so you do need to shake them up a bit before you use them. I found the easiest way to take these off is to cut around the cap and then try to pull off the little plastic ring. You do want to make sure that your cap is untight. These have been sitting in a craft room for a long time. If you watch my craft room tour video, they sit in a large 3-tier kind of display, a little enamel tin display thing. And so we will get going with those. The first thing I'm going to do, if you want to do what I'm doing today, is I'm going to put those thick, heavy mediums, so like the glass bead gel and the modeling paste and things like that, through the stencils so that they can start drying, whatever we make, tags or just paper, whatever, to cut up into tags, so that that stuff can start drying. It's super thick. However, I do live in Arizona, so I'm hoping towards the end, some of it may be dry, at least dry enough to play with. We'll see. So I want to do that first, and then we'll just start playing with all this fun stuff. I also brought in a big variety of stamps, because after we get a base layer of all of our sprays and inks and all that kind of stuff down, I'm going to stamp over top of it and start layering up a background to play with in the journal. So these will be pages as well as ephemera. There's the ball. The ball wasn't shaking in this one. Can't do mixed media for your setup this morning. Oh my gosh. So I have a tiny little space compared to my regular craft room. So we're going to try our best to do it. With all the different things I brought in, it is kind of a challenge because I brought in embossing paste, sprays, whatever. But you'll see my setup here in a minute. If you just have a desktop, you can manage. It's just not quite as much space as I usually have. Plus, there's the so you know, an area to create is one problem, but an area to set things to let them dry is another problem. So we'll need to deal with that. Luckily, I didn't bring in all, I don't know, 60, 80 colors, 100 colors. I have no idea how many colors he has. I don't have them all. I have what he had available 2 or 3, 4 years ago. These have been sitting for a long time. Maybe 2, I don't know, 2 or 3 years. I bought them on Black Friday from Ranger a long time ago. This Black Friday, I'm hoping that there are sets of the mini inks available. You guys know I recently destashed all of my full-size ink pads, and it's because I'm trying to go to, first of all, I don't use them. But second of all, if I justify buying another set of ink pads in all of the colors, I need the mini ones for storage to store them in the little tin. Plus, I don't use a bunch of colors of ink very often. As you guys will see today, because I brought in the rest of, not the rest, but one drawer of little ink pads. And I really rarely ever use colored ink stamping. So I can't justify buying or keeping a full set of full-size ink pads. But I thought maybe the mini ones would be better. They have a smaller footprint, so they won't take up as much space in my craft room. And also, you know, I probably won't stamp in color very often, but I do want the ability to make backgrounds where you smush the ink pad on the thing, on your crafting mat, and make the backgrounds. And so I think if I get some, they'll have to be a good deal on Black Friday. At Ranger, they do have Black Friday specials usually. So hopefully they have some ink pad ones this year. I can't afford them otherwise. So hopefully this year. And then I'll get the mini Distress Oxides and the tin, hopefully. That's my goal. I think we're done. No, one more. And then we're done opening these. I brought in black, white, clear, and maybe one or two other colors of embossing powder. So I brought in a variety of stamps, Tim Holtz, which I did forget some across the hall, and we'll have to go grab. Tim Holtz stamp sets, as well as some just generic ones from Amazon that I liked. And they're actually a really cheap price. I just recently ordered them. So I will show you the ones from Amazon because it's a big set of stamps and it's like, I don't know, 15, 12, something. I don't know. It's like an A4 sheet of stamps and it wasn't very much money. I didn't sleep. Oh my gosh. We're going to spray them over a variety of surfaces, Kindle, as well as spray some on the mat and smush things in the ink on the mat. Good morning, Kindle. All right, so there's those. I am going to leave them on their side for now. Later on, off camera, I will take off the rest of this plastic because there's plastic all down the bottle too. So I'll take off the rest later so you guys don't have to sit here and watch me fuss with it. Let me show you the mixed media setup. First of all, we have I brought these in for setting things on to dry. These are just parchment from the box in the kitchen. So sheets of parchment paper so that I can place them in my room on my shelves or on top of other papers or whatever and lay things to dry. That way, if anything is messy on the backside, it's not going to damage anything that I'm setting it on. So these sheets are to put things on to dry, which I don't know where that would even be at the moment to set things to dry. There's too much stuff in here. And then I brought in, oops, he left one. If you have like a glass craft mat, that would be fun to play on today. I brought in this old, what is this called? Non-stick craft sheet from Ranger. I don't know. It's just non-stick craft sheet from Ranger. And I thought I could probably put that down. Now it's not super big, but let's get rid of this guy. And let's put him in there. Like there's something underneath. Let's put him there. That's the first layer of protection. The second layer of protection, not protection, but just planning. I brought in a tub of water, and this is to put my stencils in. After I put paste and stuff through my stencils, I want to put them right into water so that that paste doesn't dry on the stencil. Nobody likes to scrub off their stencils. First of all, if you have to scrub them, you might damage the little tiny intricate parts of your stencil because they're just clear or just thin plastic. So as soon as you are done with the stencil, you just dunk it in a tub of water, and then I'll take this to the sink and wash them later. But for now, that can just sit up there. Sorry for the camera. Actually, let me pull that over there. I want it on the desk because otherwise it might spill. You know how like bringing water into this room specifically is a terrible idea because there's so much books and paper in here. Sorry, the camera will settle down here in a minute. Of course, I brought in kitchen towel, paper towel, whatever you want to call this, depending on where you live. Just the thickest absorbent paper towel that you can find will work. So that's in here. And then for a splat box, if you have a clean, unused pizza box, this is a brand new one. It came from the pizza place. So our pizza places here often have these in the box that they put the pizza on top of. Sometimes if you get a pizza, you can just pull this out and throw away this and your box is still good enough to use. The reason why I like using pizza box is if you can keep this in here, it actually kind of absorbs things and helps stand up things. But I like the fact that it has a box top. So when I set mine up, I set it up at like an L angle like this. And then I lean whatever I'm spraying up against the backdrop and then spray into the box. It's kind of a makeshift splat box. So it will look like that. And then the item that's sat up, come on camera, work with me today. The item will be leaned up against the backdrop here and I will spray into it. I will try to get a better angle. Let me pull this lamp closer to hold my lid up. A little bit better. Something like this. I don't want to accidentally spray my lamp either. But something like that, okay? And you can see that there are some little holes right here. I just want to make sure that those holes are over top of my mat because some spray will go through those holes. So let's just move the mat. Sorry about all of that. And there's that. So we'll use it like that. So I kind of set it up so we can do sprays and stuff, but in the beginning, I'm just going to use this surface to put, I'm going to attempt to use this surface to put my paste down. That might actually be kind of messy. Let's not. I don't want paste in my box. So I'm going to use this box here in just a second after getting it all set up. Anyway, a pizza box works. I do have a splat box, but a pizza box works really great. And since we got pizza last night and when I was done, I went and picked it up and just asked him for an extra box. Good morning, Joanne. Thanks for joining. Good morning, Dee. Thanks for joining. Good morning, Laura. Thanks for joining. Awesome, guys. Okay, so let's start with the pastes. The first thing I need to do is move my coffee. I have baby wipes in here also, wet wipes, so that I can clean up things. I didn't go get coffee this morning. I had to make my own. I also have the oh my gosh, I don't know why I keep saying it that way. My mouth is tired. I talked a whole lot in the last 12 hours. A sprayer, and it's just full of water. And that's for dripping onto things to create water droplet effects, as well as cleanup or whatever. So that's in here. We'll keep that right here. For pastes, let me pin my hair up. It's a mixed media day. I need my hair up. I brought in these pastes. So I brought in gesso, just so we can play with gesso. I brought in, this is the glass bead gel. All of this is available on Amazon or your local craft supply store. This is glass, oh my goodness, my mouth is not cooperating. Glass bead gel. We will be playing with that. I love the glass bead gel. It's one of my favorites. And of course, modeling paste. So those are the things I want to put through stencils first to let them dry. Also, I brought in these. These are super old. I don't know if they're going to work, but I brought them in. This is Crackle Mousse, and it's black by Nuvo. This is Crackle Mousse, and it is a green color, a green pearly color. You can see that they're dried and cracked because they're old. This one is Embellishment Mousse. These you could put through a stencil. However, mine are very dry, so I don't know if they're going to work through a stencil or not. But I brought them in, so that's what I want to start with. And what else? We're going to need... Now you guys see why it's so difficult to craft in this room. An embossing gun and also a heat gun to dry things with. So let me go ahead and get those both plugged in. I have an extension cord underneath my desk now that allows me to plug in all these extra tools. So let me get those plugged in. Clean up all my paper bits left over from yesterday on the floor. Perfect. I have 2 available plugs and 2 tools. So this is why it's so hard to craft in this room, because you have to bring in so many things. Whereas if you were just in your normal craft room, you would already have everything. Like all my tools live plugged in my craft room. And so I don't have to mess with plugs or anything. So those are at hand and ready to use. What else? I brought in stamps and stencils. This is the Resist spray. I recently purchased this. So you're gonna have to open that. This is for spraying. You can just spray it. You don't have to do like techniques with it. But this is for spraying through stencils. The thing that you need to know about any type of spray, but specifically Tim Holtz Ranger products, is once you spray, even distress spray, I think I almost said it right, distress spray, even distress spray, when you're done spraying it, you need to dip the whole nozzle into water and put the cap back on until I can take it to the big sink and take the whole sprayer out and rinse it and spray water through it to clean out the nozzle. That's the cleanup for this. For this one, the distress spray, oh my gosh, distress resist spray, you have to immediately run water through your sprayer. Like, don't wait till later and take it to the kitchen. Like, as soon as you are done spraying this, you need to take the sprayer all the way out. You need to put it in water, and you'll see me do it, and spray water through your sprayer. This is like glue, and it will dry in your nozzle super easily. So there's that. What else? Hello, Christy. Thanks for joining just for a minute. Thank you for your thumbs up. I appreciate it. It's going to be fun. Definitely watch the replay. Hello, Funtography Makes. Sprays are so fun. Hello, hello. Thanks for joining. Good morning. Okay. That's done. What else do we need? The other things I brought, let me just quickly go over that. So if you want to pull it, you have time. This is a junk drawer of old inks. It's one of like 4 that I have. There are super old Adirondack inks, which were pre Tim Holtz Distress ink. I have the white picket fence ink pad in here. There's old kaleidoscopes, all of these old like chalk inks. Many of these still stamp perfectly fine. These are the Versa Magic, the Brilliance, the little dewdrops. Many of these still stamp perfectly fine, but I need to use these up. I can't really justify new sets of inks until these are used up. So we're going to go through some of this for stamping. There's a specific watercolor stamping technique that I also want to show you guys today. So if you have any type of inks and some stamps that you would like as a background or something, a focal point even, for your journals, pull those out. You can see we're going to be here for a long time. And what else? In this baggie, I have embossing powders, and I also have these. These little, they're called shimmer powder. You put them on and they kind of explode, burst with color. So we'll do some backgrounds with these also. Just a whole bunch of fun things to play with. You can see my glimmer mists are in there. I just made myself a little Ziploc bag of goodies to play with. Good morning, Leah. Good morning. Thanks for joining. Okay, let's get started with stencils first. I bought these ones recently. I don't know if I already have them. We'll find out together. If I buy something and I already have it, then normally I give it to my daughter. So I keep my stencils on my craft cart with one of these. It's like a 3.5 inch ring. You can get the big giant rings like this on Amazon also. So let's see if I have these two stencil patterns in here. If I do, what happened here? Stuck together. So I keep them on there and I keep this clipped to my craft cart. While I'm doing this, I can kind of get an idea of which ones I want to play with today. I keep all of my stencils in their original packaging as long as I can. And then once they won't stay in their packaging gets damaged, etc. Good, I don't have them. Cool. Once they won't stay in their packaging, the packaging's damaged, I have a binder that I keep them in. And then they stay in the binder in paper protectors, like sheet protectors. Old school plastic top sliding sheet protectors in a binder. So I have a whole binder of mixed media stencils, and those ones I usually use for jelly plating. In the binder, there's a ton of them that are like big for jelly plating. However, for today, since we're doing Tim Holtz, we're going to use these. And I keep them on the ring, and then I can just pop the bottom open and take the stencil out. And then after it's cleaned at the sink, I'll put it back in. So let's take out several stencils. I'm making a Halloween journal for those of you that didn't know. So for me, I'm choosing, basically these are backgrounds. While the roses are nice, I guess we can have roses. Let's see, do I want those roses though, or do I want these roses? We'll pull roses. How can I not put roses in everything, right? These are more like wildflower ones. I'm just going to pull them. We'll just have a ton. I know I want the little tiny bubble wrap looking one. That one is a favorite. The numbers would be cool. I just don't think I need the numbers. That one would also be cool. I think I'll take this one and the bubble, and then we'll call that good, maybe? I don't know. This is the bubble. If you guys want to know the exact names of these, I can try to look at the back of the packaging better. So there's that one. This one also would have been cool for Halloween. I'm going to pull it. I don't want everything being the same pattern after all. Okay, there's those little flowers. There's some lace, big scroll, big flowers, and some net. So I think we're good with that. You can see that I only have the stencils that I think I'm going to use. I didn't buy all of them. Let me just set this in here since we know we're going to put them away eventually. Okay, moving on. Stencils have been chosen. Get them all face up. And let's begin. On the stencils, I could just use, I'm going to use some variety of cardstock and watercolor cardstock. Because we're doing a ring bound journal, you don't really have to worry about the thickness of items that you're making, because ring bound has so much space that you can play in. In a normal journal, I would be concerned with the thickness of the material. So let's start with this one. It's the perfect size for a stencil. So let's just start with that. I need to choose ones that have a good pattern for pastes to go through. So the pastes are thicker, and you kind of want to be cautious in choosing a stencil to make sure that your pastes will go through the stencil nicely. So let's look at these. I think I'm going to do this guy first. And then my water is right up here, so I can just put it right in the water when I'm done. And I can wash it. I didn't bring any type of like washi tape or anything to hold this down, but it would be a good idea to put some tape up here to hold your stencil in place while you're putting the medium through it. And then to put medium through stencils, I just use a little craft spatula. Let's do, so for the glass bead one, I need to ink a background first and then put the glass bead on. So we'll do that one here in a minute. Let's try just some modeling paste through here. And I didn't put paper in it or plastic wrap on it. It's still good. This is kind of a thicker modeling paste. Just giving it a stir. And let's kind of, you want to go thin, right? Because this is journal ephemera. So you kind of want to do the thinnest layer that you can get away with while covering your surface. So I'm just going to kind of line it up to the top. I'm going to cut this down later anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But see how hard I'm pressing, holding this down. And this is kind of one of those patterns that has a lot of open space. And so you want to be careful that you don't, when you're spreading your medium over it, that you don't pick up the stencil or move it. And I'm trying to get all the little nooks and crannies on this one. Some of them I will only just get a little bit of the stencil pattern. I won't do the whole entire stencil pattern. On this one, I'm doing the whole thing. And I'm skimming it. So I put it in and cover it first, and then I skim off the excess and reuse that. Because I don't want it to be super, super chunky. Camera good. And so I'm going to cut this down when I'm done. So to me, it doesn't matter that it's not perfectly lined up. If you had a big shipping tag or something like that, you could just go right on shipping tags. We'll do some of those too, and pockets and envelopes are good. But that's basically that one. So you want to hold down your surface and just pull straight up. And that's what we got for this one. So we'll set that aside to dry. And this is on watercolor cardstock. I'm going to do another one with this same stencil. So I'm holding it in my hand and setting this one somewhere just to dry for a few minutes. And then I need a sheet of cardstock again. There we go. Cutting it down would be a good idea, but I didn't pre-cut and have this in my hand. Let me attempt to set this on the top of the, there we go. So I can cut this. Let's see if I can cut it with this guy. And I'm going to try to make the paper, yes, the same size as that stencil, roughly. So let's do like 3. Let's do 3 3/4. It's not exact, but let's do it. So these will be tags or pockets when we're done. So there's that one. Let me do a couple of these just while we're here. Hello, Kim. Hello, welcome. Good morning. Are you guys having a good morning so far? I had a little bit of coffee, which is always helpful. I wanted to go get coffee, but there's never time when you start at 7. I woke up at 6 and I'm like, I have so much to prep and like supplies to find. Crazy. Is there secrets to setting mica sprays? The Tim Holtz Distress ones I also have. I didn't show you those. They're sitting back there. His newest, they're not mica sprays. He calls them something. His newest little sprays, I have those. And with those ones, you don't need to set them. If you, depending on the product, the brand that you are using, if you need to set them, use that spray. It's clear. It's a clear coat and it's a spray like a spray paint. I showed them on my channel before. There's several different varieties. Rust-Oleum makes one. Krylon makes one. They make them matte, so you can just, when your product is done, quickly mist it outside, like in a box, a cardboard box or something. Quickly mist your project with a clear coat, and that sets everything. And like I said, they have matte ones, so you don't really see it. It doesn't leave a shine, but it'll set it and keep anything from rubbing off. Most products don't leaf, like you can rub your finger over like a metallic or a pearl product. All of the Tim Holtz ones, I don't think they leaf, but other products, they might. And if they do, you can set them that way. There are other glazes that you can apply, but I think the spray paint variety is the easiest one to work with. And I love the fact that it still maintains mattness. Okay, let's start with those. These will probably all be tags or pockets based on the size that I just cut them to. Let's do another one quick before the stencil starts to dry. So I'm going to put it up there. I'm going to hold it. I'm just kind of looking for straightness at this point. And then this is harder one-handed. We'll get some of that out and put it on. This is one of my favorite background stencils. So I'm going to try to go a little faster so that we can get through some of these. Also, using it really sparingly and leaving it thin like this does help it to dry. I do have the heat gun, so I'm going to set these off to the side, but if they're nearly dry, I can use the heat gun to kind of finish drying them so that we can play with them later. And my goal with these is to spray over top of this stenciled pattern and then allow that spray to run. Don't want to put modeling paste on my thumb. Just run over these pasty backgrounds. So there's that one. Let's make sure I've got it as thin as we can get it. So these are going to be bumpy. So if you're planning on using thin pages in your journal, you want to be cautious and aware that these are going to be bumpy. So if you do this on a journal page and you have another page on top of it that you're trying to write something on, it's going to be dimensional. So just keep that in mind. I actually like the thinner one with the stencil. And so this is my favorite, so I am doing 3. Thank you for letting me do 3 repetition right now, and then we'll move on. I'm doing 3 journals, so I would like to have, you know, a tag of this pattern in all of the journals, each of the journals. This is really hard to do one-handed. Now that's a lot, but that's okay. Trying to go with speed at the moment. Like I said, just worry about getting it in all the holes and then do a skim coat at the end and get it off. Okay, so I need to spin. The angle isn't good. There we go. And if you miss a spot, you don't get it all. It doesn't matter. These are supposed to be vintagey looking anyway. So if you miss a spot, it's just extra warm there. It's all good. I pretty much cover the whole thing with this one. Like I said, it's my favorite. Okay, so I'm going to put this in water. If I need it and I come back to it later, I can just rinse it in that tub quick. So let's put these on a sheet to dry and put them right here. So now you guys see where I have parchment. So I can put things on it to dry. Hopefully these don't fall behind my shelf. This room is carpeted, so I have to be careful. You know, it's not really set up for mixed media play. It has carpet. So there we go. Those ones are drying right there. Let's do some more in a different stencil. Let's go ahead and do the roses. That'll be cute. We can get away with the skinnier cardstock for the roses. We'll do a couple roses. I'm not going to do 3. I'll do 2 of each one, but I'm not going to do 3 anymore. It's just going to eat up too much of our time. I can always come back later if need be and do the other ones. I do plan on taking the day today for myself and just crafting. I have some journals to finish. I probably will not get to those today, but I'm going to try. I definitely, you know, I have this big mess going on and I want to take advantage of that. You know, it's already here. It's already a mess. Let's just keep going and at least get done what I need to get done with the supplies that are in here. So on this one, I kind of went the whole stencil again. On some of the other ones with a different pattern, I will be more sparing and just kind of hit and miss areas. These little craft spatulas that are plastic like this, I like the fact that they're flexible. It tends to pick up a little product better, I think. So there's that one. And this one filled in a lot faster. It's okay, we can leave a little to cut off. So once you open your pastes up, I encourage you to sit and just spend an afternoon, a couple hours, whatever you have, and just make a whole bunch at once. You've already got the mess going, just like I said. The other thing is these products, they dry out. And so if you only open it and you make a couple things, depending on how, you know, often you craft, you might forget about it. It might be a year or something, and they dry out. So just while you have it open and while you're doing it, make a bunch. Just take the day and do it. And that way, even if you come back to the product, you know, next year, whatever, 6 months from now, and it's dried out, at least you can tell yourself, well, I did use it. I made a whole bunch of backgrounds. It's all good. They're not terribly expensive, but again, we don't like to waste things. So from there, let me go ahead and do a third. I said it wasn't going to, but this one fills in pretty quick. So let's just do it. Ooh, pasty. I don't like pasty on my fingers. It's second to as sticky and gross as glue. I really am making a mess of this because it's hard to get out one-handed. So let me read chat. I'll put my monitor around so we can see chat. I love that you guys are joining me on Saturday. That's awesome. We're going to do Saturday crafting. So we do Friday and Saturday every week throughout December. or not December. Oh my gosh, September. I have Christmas on the brain. I don't know. Yeah, every Friday night at 7 p.m. Eastern time, and every Saturday morning at 6, or not 6. Oh my gosh, at 10 a.m. I need to focus on what I'm saying. So crafting every Friday night at 7 p.m. Eastern time, and every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern time. I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm putting that one in the tub. I've done 3. We're good. I'm going to clean up that jar just to make sure it doesn't get too messy. So here's another drying space. This is at an angle, so hopefully these don't fall off. If you have one of those crafting carts with the little trays, in my craft room, I actually use that cart with all those trays. I think there's like 6 trays. I use that as a drying rack. I have 2. I keep one for projects, and I keep another one for a drying rack. So as I do things like this in the other room, it would have been a good idea to drag that cart in here, but I didn't. So I can just set things on those little trays and let them dry. We're not done with this project, but the mat was getting gross. Okay, there's that. Let's do a couple different patterns quick of this, and then we'll move on to a different medium. The next project, I need to ink a background before we use the glass bead gel. The glass bead gel, the beads are clear. And so you want to put some ink down first. Like, you don't have to. I've done it both ways. But I think I like it better when you put an inked background on your substrate and then put the glass bead gel over top. Keep in mind that if you use a product like a Tim Holtz product, it might be water reactive. So this one, you know, you can cover the whole thing. I'm just going to put some down one side of it and kind of skip some little things, skip some little holes. I don't need the whole entire thing. Just some is good enough for me. Somebody's sending me a message. So there's that one. We didn't do the whole thing. We just did a section of it. Sorry, I wasn't showing you the other ones, but just a little skippy section of that. Again, it might have been a good idea to do some stamping in like stays on or something underneath that. But for us for today, that's good enough. Let's do another one. And I also want to use this stencil with resist spray. So we'll have to wash this one. We really cannot get this out single-handed. So who's crafting along? I know some of you are in locations where you cannot. And you don't have to be doing what I'm doing. Just curious who's crafting along while watching today. I like the surprise of this too. We talked about, you know, the little surprise of cutting up a masterboard last night. I like the surprise of this too. You prep all these, and then later when you put sprays or whatever you're putting over them, you get to see what it looks like. So we're only going to do 2 of that. And for this one, I'm going to try just to quickly wipe it because I know I want to use resist spray with this one. So you could wipe it on a paper. Sometimes you can get a little bit of the modeling paste to go through, like, you know, while you're cleaning it, and then you'll have a different background underneath. So instead of doing it the way I'm doing it, you would put a cardstock or something underneath. And then as you're wiping this paste, it kind of puts it back through the stencil. You know, just so you didn't waste it or something. So it's not perfectly clean. Pretty good, but not perfectly. And be careful wiping a stencil like I'm doing. You don't want to pull up your little bits. I'm going to rinse that just quickly. And then I'm going to dry it. Crafting kind of. Trying to organize your crafting craziness. Ongoing problem for us all. This one is now clean enough. We can put sprays through it. Not clean enough to put away, but clean enough to use again. Okay. Couple more with modeling paste through. I know I want one of these, at least one. Let's do that quick. This one, I have a paper. You guys saw me use the paper that had this pattern on it last night. So I would like to have some tags and or pockets to match. This one is an all over pattern. I don't think I'm going to do the whole stencil, but I'll do a bit of it. And you guys can see I'm pretty clean when I do this. I don't like to be messy crafter. Some people do. Sometimes the messiness is the best part of it. My brain doesn't work like that. It likes controlled chaos. So there's that one. I'll show you this one. This one's quite pretty. I just got it. It's a new to me stencil. That one there. And let's do one more of those. Like I said, the stencil's already dirty. You might as well. Modeling paste is good to use if you don't have modeling paste and maybe in the garage you or your husband might have some type of spackle or something like that. You could try using that. Like I've heard people use drywall spackle. I haven't used it, but I know people use what they have. So maybe if you don't have any modeling paste, you can go raid the garage and see what is out there. There are recipes online for making your own modeling paste. That's an option too. Just make sure if you do make things like this and you use, like a bowl or something to mix it in, make sure that you're not using the things that you use with food for crafting. So once you bring something in here and, mix something that's craft related in it, don't take it then to the kitchen and put food in it later. Even if you wash it, it's still not safe to do. Okay, let's put those out to dry. Like I'm putting them outside. Let me read your chat too. Sorry. That one might fall off. If it does fall, it's going to fall right into my coffee. Okay, running out of drying space already. Okay. Not mixed media yet. That'll be later today. Fun masterboards. Love, love. Searching for your homemade texture paste. See, Kendall was saying it right there. Awesome. Awesome. See, perfect, Kendall. Perfect. Thank you for sharing that. Because a lot of people, they don't have it. And, they want to craft today. They don't want to wait for Amazon, whatever. So, yeah. And these things, like I said, they dry out. So if you can make it at home, all the better. So for this one, I'm just going to do skippity bits. I don't want the whole all over texture pattern. Just some. And I try to envision like what I'm going to do with these afterwards and how I would like, you know, open space here or there. So there's that one. We won't do this very much longer with this product. Just a couple more stencils to go. And you know, I may not end up using all of these, but at least they'll be done. They'll be prepped and ready to go. This one I'm going to go on this side. So far, I've managed to keep my craft mat fairly clean. And there's that one. A good thing to point out too is, see this little bit that's here? Once you've scraped it off and you removed your stencil, if there's something that you don't like, now's the time to make that edit. And you can mostly just pick it back up with your spatula. Once it's dry, it's pretty much stuck on there. Okay, so that was 2 of those. I'm just going to dump these in. If we end up getting them back out to use with a different product later, we can clean them. This guy is kind of like the first one. Let's try something really open like this. This is a new one to me. Haven't played with it yet. If you guys want to know the names, I will look for you. He has, I don't know how many hundreds, but lots and lots, doesn't he? Lots and lots of stencil patterns. And I love that. That's awesome. His stencils are made by the same company that makes his stamps. And his red rubber stamps are always good quality. So I think his stencils are, you know, on par with everyone else's stencil quality. One of these days I'll get a laser cutter and can make my own stencils. Okay, probably Christmas time. I don't know. We'll see. I wanted to get my daughter one, but I think we're going to have to share one. They're pretty expensive. I have to save up for that. Okay, there's that one. And I can tell when I went all the way to the bottom, it creates that harsh line. I definitely don't want that, but there's that one. Let's do one more of those. And then I think we're done with texture paste and we can move on. We'll ink up a background, do some of the Nouveau Mousse ones also. So this one I am going to try to do more sparingly. So let's switch mediums now. I will clean up this mess a little bit. There's that. I like that better. No harsh line down here at the bottom, and I got a nice angle going that way. Okay, let me find drying spaces for these. One can dry there. We've got things drying forever, everywhere. Cool. And this one. Cool. Okay, let's clean up this part of the mess, which basically means cleaning up my texture paste. So something to keep in mind is you want to try to get all of your product back in your jar and the surface smooth. Don't leave any of this around the edge where your lid screws on, because that creates gaps that allow air to get into your product. So try to scrape all the way around your edge, the top of it, where your lid screws on. Put your paste in your jar and then start scraping around the inside rim and kind of clean that up too. Because this little bit that's left up here at the top, it's really exposed to air. And the more air that it's exposed to, the faster it dries out. And so I try to smooth the surface of my product, like put it in there and kind of smooth it around like you're frosting a cake or something. You can't really get it perfectly smooth from the angle of the jar, but try to smooth it as much as you can and you're just keeping, the majority of the product like as densely packed in there as you can. And then from here, you're going to have to scrape it. It's just really the only way to do it. And I try to pick that up and put that in, but it doesn't always work. And then before you put your lid on, take a wet towel, some kind of cloth rag, whatever you're using, and give the surface of that lid a clean wipe all the way around. The grooves on the outside of it, the very top of it. Some people, if it's a water-based product, will add a little spritz of water before they seal it up. I don't find that I need to do that with modeling paste, but see how clean all the way around my lid is? That's how you keep your products from drying out. It would be a good idea to put press and seal or saran wrap before you put your lid on. But if you didn't, if you don't have it, I don't have it in here, it's okay. So I'm going to clean this tool because we're going to switch mediums, and I'm going to wipe up all these little dry bits, including off of my shirt. And then I'm going to put this in the trash. Dry my tool and my mat. Apparently I've got more dry bits. Okay, we're ready to go for round 2. I have some stencils left that we haven't used. I have a couple pieces of watercolor cardstock. You could use regular cardstock. I will do some products with regular cardstock. Let's try to put some of this black crackling mousse. You can see it's never been opened, but it is old. And I was a bad crafter, and I bought things when they were on sale and I didn't use them. So I live in Arizona. It's very dry here. This one is still wet and good, but I will tell you a lot of my products did dry out before I got a chance to use them. This one is black crackle mousse from Nuvo. I love Nuvo products. They're tonic Nuvo products. So like you've seen me use the tonic scissors, tonic trimmers, etc. You notice that I'm leaving this little tinfoil thing on here. I do try to leave those. This is too thick. I'll try, but it has dried out and it's really thick. You could try mixing some water in. There is quite a bit of wet product here on the lid and around the edge. I'm going to try to get some of this to work. Let me try adding a spritz of water, and I'll see what I get with it. At this point, since it's mostly dry, whatever we can get out of here, at least I can say I used it or attempted to use it. Let's just give it a try. The water is mixing in and loosening it up, so maybe we'll get a couple. There we go. Maybe we'll get a couple. Now, I don't know, since it's so dry, if it will crackle. I don't know, but the water is helping it quite a bit. So just reconstituting my Nuvo base. Again, I was a bad crafter. I didn't use my products. I know, the Tupperware. I still have those orange canisters. My mom had those bright orange kitchen canisters. I still have her original set. I have everyone that they made, I believe. Maybe not the biggest one. I'm not sure because I don't know. But I love them. They're the best canisters ever. And I know that they still make them, or they recently brought them back in different colors. And I'm trying to find my daughter a set, but I haven't yet. We'd love to gift her those Tupperware canisters for Christmas. She gets into some of the vintage stuff with me, but not all of it. So anyway, yeah, if anyone has an extra orange one, you can send it my way. It doesn't even have to be orange. I'd take any color of them for her. She likes a variety of colors. So this is going to go through the stencil fine. I don't know if it will crackle like it was supposed to. I don't know. I probably have enough on there. Just need a better angle. There we go. We're going to find out together if this still works. But at least I can use it. And so since it's already dried, I'm going to use this as much as I can today. I'm going to try to seal it back up, and maybe it will be good the next time I use it, but maybe it won't be, but at least I got something out of it. And it's good to know that you could mix water in. Like I said, I don't know if it'll still crackle, but it's good to know that you can mix water in. Not all products will work that way, but the Nuvo one apparently does, which is nice. So let's pull that off. And you can see I got it all around it. Doesn't matter. This is getting cut down anyway. And we're going to do sprays over the top. So with the crackling one, I'm going to attempt to let it air dry. And then if it's not all the way done, I'll heat it. So there's that. Let's do a couple more. We've got it. I love this pattern for Halloween too. I think it's good. Just trying to keep it straight. We found tons of Halloween stuff. Where? Did you go thrifting? I don't know where you went. You guys know I like to shop also. I haven't been thrifting in so long. I haven't been to the antique stores in so long either. I need to go, but I never have time. One of these days. I like how these little pots are shallow. I think the shallow pot allows you to get the product out better. It also is wide though, and it might help it to dry out faster. So I don't know. Here's that one. And skipped bits are fine. I should start doing a little bit more skipped bit. I don't have any more cardstock cut at the moment, so let's sit that down. Let's put these to dry and find some more cardstock. This one can dry right there. I'm now drying them on antique ledgers. Not really the best advice for drying them, but it'll work. My hands will be super, super fun by the end of the day. Let's get some more cardstock. Good morning, Carolyn. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Where did you go shopping, Kendall? I missed that part of the chat. Sorry for the loud tearing out cardstock. It's super loud, isn't it? Let's cut some more. We're going to have so many backgrounds to play with. That's the fun part. We do all the hard part up front. The black stuff is Nuvo Crackle Paste. Tim Holtz does have a black grit paste. This one is just Nuvo Crackle Paste. It's something I had on hand from a while back. Like, why won't it go through? I also have green, so we're going to do green. And then I have a pearly color and a copper color. The pearly and the copper, I have many pearly colors. I only brought one in. But the pearly and the copper are called embellishment mousse. So there's different things. I embossed a whole bunch of backgrounds already, so you guys don't have to watch me prep those. But I didn't cut watercolor cardstock. Oops, that one slid, but it'll be okay. Crackle paste, fun stuff. I like the fact that the Nuvo ones are mousses. They're a little more airy and whipped in texture. I think that spreads really easy compared to the, I just did a whole bunch with modeling paste. Modeling paste is very dense and heavy. The mousses are lighter, so they don't, add a whole bunch of weight to your substrate. So like if you were using a thinner cardstock and that modeling paste, it might be too much for your substrate, your paper, right? Because of the weight. But the mousses are lighter, and I just think that they work a little better. So there's that. I'm not going to do too terribly many more. I don't know if I need more after this or not. We'll see. I should be sitting while I'm doing this. Not because I'm lazy, but because my feet start hurting from standing. Okay. Let's do one more of these in black. And then we'll switch and do a different stencil and a different paste. Too much. I love playing with mixed media. I don't do it often enough. I haven't used my jelly plate in forever. I need to do that with you guys on camera too. I think we will like doing it together. And I think I want to cover in this little bit right here. Okay. There's that one. So that's what it looks like. Now, all of the extra little bits that you see, I'm going to trim those off. If I wanted to make an edit, like I said, now's the time to do it. This black one, you know, you might actually end up seeing your little edit, so be careful. Like you can see that. I'm just going to trim it down. It's fine. If you wanted, you might try to wipe it. Wiping it, it's black and it still leaves a gray smudge. There really isn't anything you can do other than cover over it. But it's good. It's fine. We'll just trim it down. So there's that one to dry. I am running out of places to put things to dry quite quickly. Okay, so let's clean up the black. It can just go right in the tub of water to soak. I'm going to add quite a few sprays of water to this. I'll come back to it later today and play with it more, but you guys knew it was already pretty much dry before we started. Same thing though, cleaning up my edge, kind of patting it down as much as you can, smoothing it out like a cake, whatever. And then, like I said, I'm going to add a bunch of sprays of water. I'll come back to this later. This is the actual, make a mess. This is the actual thing. Nouveau crackle paste. Hopefully I can get some more use out of it before we call it quits. Let me wet one of these again. I have a makeshift sink in here. We're going to switch colors. I'm going to use the green now. I will also probably have to add water to it. So one of these days, I'll have enough time to prep all this before we get started. But not today, apparently. Let's use the green. Green is exactly the same product, just a different color. It is also dried out. I don't know if we'll get anything out of this one. It's not quite as wet as the black one was. I need to clean my spatula. Normally you would use your darkest color last. That way there's less risk of contamination, but it's okay. We've got it clean. Alrighty. For the green, let's see if we can mix this back up. It's dried. I bought these a long time ago and didn't use them. We can get it to work though. It's mixing. Just takes a minute. The spatula isn't the best mixing tool either, but it'll work. The product is kind of wet underneath. Oops. Don't want to do that. So I'll worry about just mixing up a little bit right here to use. When these are wet, they're actually quite nice products. Don't be like me. Use your products when you get them. I tell you guys to use your stuff all the time. And this is in part why. Okay, we're getting there. You want the consistency of frosting. That's what you're aiming for. And then this will be put through stencil and dried. This one might be a little chunky. We're going to go with it. Let's see what we get. I mean, it looks a little chunky. Let's see what we get. What stencil do we want green through? I have dots. I have those. Or green, we can use. I've got some numbers. Numbers might be fun. What about these swirlies? Let's use these swirlies. I liked it when I first went through them, but it was close or similar to other ones we've done. So let's use those. That. So my favorite cheap, and it's not super cheap, but my favorite cheap watercolor paper. This is just from Walmart. It's super cheap. It's like $10 for 50 sheets. I like this. This actually works really well for a variety of surfaces. This is the base for a lot of my journal covers if I use a paper journal cover. It's really thick. It says it is 300 GSM basically, or actually 140 pound, 300 GSM. It's 9 by 12, which is the thing I like about it most. For a journal cover, 9 by 12 works great. So that's what I'm using. It works really well for lots of different things. It's cheap enough. I can play with it. If you were actually doing watercolors, you might prefer a different paper. I just had the paper from Italy, and there was a watercolor, new to us kind of watercolor paper in that line. And I am going to bring that back. I had request. I think maybe you or someone else did request that I bring it in again. So I am going to bring it in again. It comes in white and ivory. It comes in paper, like a heavyweight paper, and the cardstock. The cardstock is what I had this time around, and it was in ivory or cream. Next time I bring it, I'm going to bring it in white and cream and in both weights. It is the best quality watercolor that I have had. It far beats the stuff that you get at the art supply stores, in my opinion. So it did spread quite nicely. It is a green pearly color. It's not super metallic, just a little bit. And I think with some sprays over it, it's going to be cute. So there's that one. Let's do another one while we've got it. So it looks like you can reconstitute these as long as they're not like rock hard. Ooh, that just flung right on my thumb. Well, it's mixed media day. I just slid my stencil with it on there. So we're going to have a little mess, but it doesn't matter. These are so nice when they're fresh, though. If you guys haven't tried the tonic ones, the Nuvo, I suggest that you do. They are so nice when they're fresh. This one, even still, is working. It's messy, but it's working. And I'm trying to be a little bit deliberate about where I put it in the stencil. Let's leave that one like that. Okay. So there's two of those. I'm going to put this away. For green, that's probably enough. We could play with green more later. By we, I mean me. Let's clean up my jar a little bit and add some more water to that and let it percolate in there while I'm doing other things today. And I'm over watering it. just because it's dry already. I do want to come back later, but I don't want to keep making the same thing over and over again with you guys. It gets boring. So it gets boring for you guys anyway. I'm having fun. Let me clean that. There we go. Let's put that in the water too and wipe up our green mess. And then we need to spray some resist spray through some stencils. Most of my stencils are dirty in there. We'll do it. Other than that, I have this embellishment mousse. These embellishment mousses probably are also dried, but let's play with them. So I'll do a couple more with texture things. Then we need to blend that inky background for the glass bead gel. I can't get the tin foil off this one. So I'm going to do a couple with these mousses. Then I'm going to blend an inky background for the glass bead gel. Then I'm going to resist spray, and then we're going to spray everything with sprays and ink. We'll do some inky, splotchy backgrounds where we dip it in the craft mat. We put the ink on the craft mat and dip our cardstocks, tags, whatever. I could start putting some of this on tags. That would be a good idea too. If you have like a box, in my craft room, I keep a box of just all kinds of random index cards, journal cards, library cards, pockets, tags, whatever. And that's the box that I would normally just sit and play through. And put, once I'm using, this is really hard. You can see as I'm stabbing it, it's really hard. It is going to take a minute to mix it, but I'll try my best. So in my craft room, I keep a box where I just have a bunch of different things that when I am playing, I can just grab different, you don't want to do all the same. Like right now today, I'm doing all the same because I have a specific, project in mind. But when I'm just playing, I'll do envelopes, tags, all kinds of things. So this one, I'm going to just do my best with. You can see it needs mixed quite a lot. Just going to do my best. It's a copper colored mousse. This is not crackle. This is just embellishment mousse. And it is supposed to be the consistency of frosting. So I'm going to do my best to get us some out of here for at least one of these backgrounds. All of the mousses so far from Nuo have mixed with water, which is good. Let's try this. I'll scrape some out of there. I am trying to keep my mat clean just because I don't want the backings of all these to end up having a bunch of colors of mousse and whatever. If they do get a little, it's okay. I mean, it is mixed media, so it's not the end of the world, but I would prefer if they didn't get messy. So I'm going to use this rose stencil with this copper colored mousse. Sweeping it out is also difficult. And it's still a little chunky, but it is spreading. So we'll do our best. We'll see what we get. And this is kind of an open pattern anyway, so I'm just going to go ahead with the whole thing. And I will smooth. I'm not going to leave it all chunky like it is. It's kind of like the consistency of chunky peanut butter at the moment. So it takes quite a bit to push it through the stencil. Let's get this little area back here. And all of these will get cut down, so I don't really care about going over. Ooh, that's going to be pretty. That's going to be really pretty. It's copper colored mousse. You can see it did kind of seep through a little bit, and I'll tell you why. It's because it was mixed with water and it wasn't mixed well. So the watery bits kind of seeped through the stencil. Normally it will not do that. I'm not going to be concerned about it because I'm going to ink this anyway, so it's fine. Let's do another one of these. I'll try to carve some more out of here. Oh my gosh, I just battered myself. Today is a good day for an apron. If you have a craft apron, which I do have several craft aprons. And of course I didn't bring it in here, but that's a good day today for an apron because I just spattered the whole front of my chest and shirt with copper colored mousse. So I am going to try to mix in that water a little better to hopefully avoid getting it to seep through the stencil. I don't want it that way. That's not the desired effect. It's just what happened. So you can see how hard the paste is. It's actually very chunky. I know we're going to have some seepage. It's all right. But I love the metallic copper for fall and Halloween. That's cute. I want to make fall journals. I know the list of journals that I need to make is very, very long. But I would like to make some fall journals after we make this Halloween. I don't know if it'll be just a me project or if it'll be a kit project. Haven't decided yet. I also want to do that forest nature journal. Cindy SH is making a beautiful one right now in the group. She's sharing pictures in the group. That was on my to-do list, and I'd like to do the fall nature at the end of summer, beginning of fall like this. It just feels right in my brain. So we'll see if we get to that as a kit. We'll see. I don't know what the next kit will be. I should know, but I don't know. That one worked pretty good. I don't see any major areas where it seeped through. A little, but it's okay. So there's those. Let me put this in the water. I might need it again for the next mousse, and let me find a place for these 4 that we just did to dry. It is a good color. It is. Great. Hello, Jennifer. Hello. Hello, Sally Ann. Hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning. I will make tags out of these. Tags or pockets. I'm waving them to dry. Like that's going to help. Let me find places to put these. Like I said, they've got to go on journals now. They've got to go in on antique journals to dry. Not ideal. Journals, ledgers. The French called them journals. It's in my brain. They're journals. Okay. Let's put that one there. Hopefully I don't get pastes on these antique French ledgers. If I do, I guess I did, right? Like it happens. All right. We have some more backgrounds. Let me get this wiped up quick. I think we're done with the copper too in that, you know, it's okay for now. I'm just going to try to put some extra water in here. Hopefully it'll soak in a lot while it is percolating. So this is the product I've used so far. This is the black one. The black one was Crackle Mousse. This is the copper one I just used. It's called Embellishment Mousse. The difference is this one doesn't crackle. This one does. This one is more opaque, and this one has a little bit more of a pearl or metallic to it. They have all different colors of all of these, though. This is the last one of the Nouveaux I have. It is kind of like a butter yellow color. I opened it yesterday to see how hard and dried it was going to be. It's pretty hard and dried. I'm going to add a lot of water and then clean that stencil while that kind of sits in there. Clean my little brush, my scraper, whatever this is called. Some paper towels. Pockets, tags, yes, all the above. You could put this down the side of a journal page. I probably would have done it. I didn't prep any for that purpose today. I'm going to spray some, but you could use it on journal pages also. I just didn't so far. I might do it later. off camera, but I just thought the little projects, the small scale projects, would go faster since we needed to make so many of them this morning. I'm just showing you a bunch of different pastes options, and from there, you guys can do what you want to do with them. But all of this, everything I've done, could be done, like I said, just go through your, what do they call it? To-do box. I don't know. Just go through your to-do box and put pastes. Once you open them, I said, just use as much as you can before it dries out. The only other stencil I have here, I really want this butter yellow one to go in the copper, the one we just used with the copper. I have other florals. Let me just get another floral so I don't have to take time to clean that. I don't want to eat all of our time up. And I am going to be here for a long time today. Let's grab a different stencil. We have other floral options. The butter yellow one, I mean, it would even look good on, mosaic kind of stencils. We have that one. We have just little flowers. That one. Let's do the butter yellow on this one. I don't know what color it will be in the end because I'm going to spray over these, but let's do butter yellow on that one. Just so I don't have to clean the stencil, basically. Yours is just called Lost. Uh-oh. Lost and found. Oh my gosh. So funny. So I like to just score the top of it to let that water seep in down underneath. I have done this with many products because I'm a bad crafter. I buy them when they're on sale and don't ever get to use them. I always have plans. Anyway, this one will mix up nicely. Okay. And these products are at least 2 to 3 years old. While they were never opened until today, they were 2 to 3 years old. So I'm going to try to mix in as much of that water as I can just because we know it seeps through the stencil now. This one's actually mixing up pretty much the way that original texture of this product is. So again, super happy about that. At least I get to use them before I have to trash them. So many craft supplies. I mean, I was making cards and all kinds of things, actually doing scrapbooking and things. So, it's okay. Now I've strictly done mixed media, or not mixed media, junk journals for a while now. So I kind of neglected some of my other supplies. All right, let's get this through. This is a large floral pattern stencil. Hopefully I didn't just wipe paste on my face. When I switch the camera back, I might just be a mess. Who knows? I'm just going to do the entire stencil since it's such a large floral pattern. You can see it is still a little bit like chunky peanut butter. And honestly, it's a little thin, but that's okay. Get what we get and we don't throw a fit. Oops, just like that. You get what you get and you don't throw a fit. Okay. There's that one. Oop, I now just have that on my shirt. I am going to be a mess when I come back. This is the perfect little butter yellow metallic. I think it's going to be beautiful in these journals. So there's the first one. Let's go ahead and do 3 of these. I've got the cardstock cut and we're here and we're doing it. Next is inking the background for the glass bead gel. That will need inked and dried, and then we will apply the glass bead gel and let that dry. The glass bead gel, it's actually little pieces, round little beads of glass, and it creates a beautiful kind of stained glass window effect. And we also put that through stencils, or you can just glob some on. It makes beautiful snow for winter journals or Christmas journals. It is a heavy paste because it does have actual glass in it. So that one was kind of a messy one. It doesn't matter. We're cutting it down. And one more. If there's something that you guys want to see or want me to do, go ahead and call that out too. And I'll do my best. Like I said, I don't have my whole craft room in here, but a good chunk of it today. Yeah, and doing this, playing like this, really makes me want to do the jelly plating again. So I think we should schedule some jelly plating time where I give you guys advance notice so that you can get out your jelly plating stuff and do it along with me. Jelly plating is fun to watch. I know Casey does a lot of jelly plating. I've watched Casey's videos before. Hopefully I can go a little faster with jelly plating. And I just put a bunch of paint down. I use paint on my jelly plate. You could use ink. You could use all kinds of things. I like to use paint, acrylic paint, and stencils. And then I also have a brand new set of stamps for the jelly plate that I bought. They're specifically for jelly plating. So I'm going to do that. There's one more of those. It's a beautiful color. I love this color. I could use these in French journals too. There's a little bit on the edge of this one that I don't want to come off on what I'm putting it on. So I'm going to wipe it. This mousse, the embellishment mousse, actually you can just rub your finger in it and then go around the edge of something. You don't have to put it through stencils. It's just embellishment mousse. Let me put these three out to dry. Out to dry. There you go again. Let's put these. Where can we put these? Let's put these over here. You guys are going to have to remind me all the ones that I did because they're scattered throughout the craft room and I might not be able to find them all. I might not remember where I put them. So remind me if I forget some in the end. Let's clean this up. And again, I will fill this with water and let it percolate while I'm doing other things today. But I will come back at the end, like when I'm off camera before I clean this mess up and use a bunch of these and make more. If I just put them in my unfinished, like to-do box, that's fine too. But at least the paste will get used. Clean this up. This is like a Teflon. It's from Ranger. It's a nonstick media mat, but you could also just get Teflon mats. I like the Ranger one, but it's just a Teflon mat. Okay. There's that. So let's ink a background. Let's ink a background. This is the glass bead gel for anyone who wasn't here in the beginning. Glass beads, Liquitex. It's beautiful. Let's do it. You want to put color down first. You don't have to, but I like to. I need to cut some more cardstock for this project. Kimberly Lawler. Yeah, Kimberly, you are. You are blocked. Wow. What a nice person to create another account and come in when you are blocked. Do you guys remember that super rude person who came in to my video and said that I was being super braggy and rude? This is the Kim Lawler that did that, by the way. And she's created another account to supersede my blocking her original Poppy something account. So let me take care of Kimberly real quick. Such a nice friend. Yeah, Kimberly, you're blocked. I'm sorry, but whenever you come and your very first interaction on this channel is to be rude and mean, yeah, you're blocked. Please don't come back. Find another channel. I am not the channel for you. Sorry about that, guys. I think most of you guys remember that person's comments that day. Yeah, she's done. I hate to be like that, but you really pushed my button right there, superseding a block. That's great. Sorry, guys. Let's find some more stencils to put this through, and let's cut some more backgrounds. I'm so mad about that. I mean, come on. Seriously. And then to be complaining that she was blocked. I mean, come on. What do you expect when you come in here and you act like that? Why would you think that you were going to buy from me after that? No, thank you. I'm just not the right person for you. I'm not. There are many other people that do crafting and all kinds of other things. I'm just not the right person. And there have been several people that were banned and they asked to be unbanned. And it's like, if you push me to the point of banning you, no, I'm sorry. Because look, you found a way in, and the first thing that you did is start, trash talking. I was banned, blah, blah, blah. You don't say what you were banned for. You just make it sound like I was mean and I banned you for nothing. When in reality, it's not the case. Happy vibes. Yeah, I know. No bad vibes in this happy place. I know. I need to get back to happy place. I was in happy place and now I'm not happy place. Anyway, moving on. If you're banned, please don't ask me to unban you. If you push me to that point, it's done. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. This is watercolor cardstock, and it does have a texture to the paper. It's a little bit dimpled. Faith Ann is a beautiful name. Maria, thank you. Nobody who is kind. Like, even if there's a little something, like, I don't just ban people. That's just not me. But if you push me to the point, you do something pretty serious to push me to the point. And when I get to that point, it's just not a good match. Like, two people have to be able to interact together. And if we can't do that civilly on something as just simple as a craft channel or a sales channel even, then no, I'm sorry, it just doesn't work. Let me get some inks. The problem is I destashed all of my distress ink pads. So we could do some sprays on here, and then I could tap it into the sprays. We could do that to ink up a background. I'm going to try some of those other ink pads that I need to use up. Thank you guys for your support. Sorry about that. I will get back to happy place. Okay. So for inks, because I need something that will blend nicely, I do have this drawer of old inks. I showed it in the beginning. These Adirondack ones will probably blend nicely. There's this terracotta, hazelnut. I mean, we could do some citrus. I'm just trying to pull out some fall colors. What is this one? Eggplant? Eggplant and denim and currant. Ooh, here's an espresso. A lemonade. Let's do butterscotch. Let's just try some of these. They just need used. So some of them are still brand new. I didn't originally buy these. Somebody else did. But anyway, let's use some of these. Let's attempt to use them. I didn't bring an ink blending brush in. Let me go grab an ink blending brush really quickly. Let me grab that. I'll be right back. Sorry. Okay, I'm back. I also grabbed in their stamp set. I can't find the leafy one that I am looking for. Is it in here? Yes, it is. Okay, it's already in here. Good, because that's the leafy one is the one I'm going to use for the watercolor stamping technique. Again, I don't know how these are going to work. We're gonna find out together. And I only brought one brush in, so we're gonna clean it, I guess. These are just cheap makeup brushes from not the best blending, but cheap makeup brushes from Amazon. And this is textured cardstock, and textured cardstock will never blend as smooth as regular cardstock. So keep that in mind too. Now these Adirondack inks, I believe, are also water reactive. I'm not positive, but I believe that they are. So when we put the paste over, there might be some bleed, but honestly, it'll probably be better if it's that way. So I tried to do light first. Somebody stamped some glitter in. I'm just going to go right in these. These are use it up ink pads, and if there's contamination, I'm not going to worry about it. And so I'm just trying to make a little blendy background for my glass bead gel. Terracotta is a little more red than I would like. We'll see. I'll have to blend some yellow back over that. Let me work on that quick. Again, if there's contamination, I do not care at this point. There we go. Looking for more of a sunsetty orange. And then we'll go to brown at the end. Try not to get inky fingers. If you don't want inky fingers when you're blending, using a Post-it note to hold it works too. And I'm going to go ahead and blend the whole thing. That's probably good for that. Let's do some brown. Your blend doesn't have to be perfect either because you're putting another medium over it. Dining room covered in Florentine papers. That sounds like fun to me. Ooh, that one's super dark. Yeah, see, I'm not familiar with these, so we get what we get. It's okay. It's all good. I'm going to go with some vintage photo too. The color choice is the least important part. We just need to get some color down there. Okay, it looks like a hot mess. It's all right. It's good. Let me try to get some of this ink out of this brush quick. Lots of ink in there. Better. Yeah, it is water reactive. And a little, see that you need the Post-it. Otherwise you get the fingerprints. So when you use a Post-it, put your fingers on the sticky part and hold your cardstock as you turn it. That little fingerprint's just going to be there now. I do like it blended with water a little bit though. That's nice. Little fingerprint's just going to stay. Once we do the glass bead, it's not going to matter. So I'm just going to blend out this orange color a little more now that we've got our brush wet. I kind of like that look. There we go. Okay, I'm good with that. Other than the right there, but there really isn't anything I can do about it. It is what it is. Okay, let's leave that to dry for a minute before we put glass bead over it. Let's do another one or two. We can use different colors. It doesn't matter. I'm going to start at the bottom of this one with this orange color. And I did like it better with a little water blended into it. Let's just do fast. We're just getting a base layer of color. Doesn't matter how you do it. Okay, let's leave that. I'll give that a quick brush. Let's try this over the top. These are super old and they are still wet. Awesome for Ranger that they make inks that are so good like that. I'm kind of blending it everywhere at this point. I don't care. Okay, need a little something up there at the top. For this one, I'm going to try this limey color. I may or may not like it, but I really don't like the dark brown, so. Goodbye, crafting. 2 a.m. Australia. Good night. Oh, goodness. Sleep well. Thanks for joining. 2 a.m. That's some dedication to some crafting right there. Okay, let's get a little bit of the sticky note. Isn't very sticky anymore. Let's get a little bit of the lime up here. I like the lime with it. That's good. Yeah, it's definitely leaving some fingerprints. It's not distress ink, I will say that. It is different. It's a different animal. And I really don't like the fingerprints. Not a whole lot I can do about it. We'll trim it down. It won't matter anyway, but okay, I'm going to leave that one. Doesn't matter. We're just getting ink. One more just like that, and then we're good for glass bead gel. My sticky has definitely seen better days. I'm going to start with this since I already have it on the brush. Super fast, inky, blendy background. It's kind of fun crafting with supplies that are pretty much destined for the bin, because if you don't like it, it doesn't matter. If you contaminate it, it doesn't matter. It's actually a little bit free to do it that way. I mean, obviously you don't want to purposefully let your products be neglected. But if you did, if you have a drawer somewhere in your craft room that's full of products that have been forgotten about, get them out. Use them. So I'm going to attempt to wipe this one. Get a little bit of that green off. And we'll go in the next lightest color. This one is really moist. I can see the moisture in this ink pad. And I'm telling you, they're at least 12 years old, these Adirondack ones. At least 12 years old. This is so wet that this color blends very, very well. Okay. I don't need to clean that one. We're good with it. Let's do the orange. I'm going to go ahead and carry it down. Yeah, fingerprints everywhere. Carry it down because we're going to put the orange over it anyway. And I only like the orange with the yellow base. Obviously, you're going to do yours better, but for time's sake, we've got it. Okay, let's try to get this one inked. So we made a little bit of fall colored backgrounds. Now I'm going to dry these quick. Hopefully it kind of helps it set. I don't know that it will, but hopefully it kind of helps it. Because when I put on the glass bead gel, it has a very thin, sorry for reaching in front of you, it has a very thin consistency behind the glass beads. So quite a bit of water in it. Thank you for joining, Sally Ann. That was fun having you from Australia. Thank you. I always like it when people from other countries, their time zones, etc., join. I think it's interesting. Hear what's going on in your neck of the woods. Okay, so I've pretty much got the ink out of this. I do reuse my brushes. I don't have them dedicated. I will tell you these handles do snap quite easily. I don't have dedicated color brushes. I should, but I don't. When I was doing cards, I definitely had a different kind of setup. So let me hit these with the drying tool. And we'll move on to put the glass beads on. I probably should have started with that because the glass beads, I think I can dry it with a dryer, but sometimes they take a minute. Okay. So I'm going to use the heat tool and I'm not going to mute. It might be annoying to you. If it is, my apologies, but it will only be for a couple of seconds, okay? Well, a minute or so, I don't know, but I'm just going to hit him with the drying tool. This isn't the loud one. The loud one is the embossing tool. So I'm just hitting these, trying to set this before I put the bead gel on. You can tell I have the old Ranger heated tool because mine is white. The new one is black. I prefer the black one, but until this one dies, you have the white color. The reason why I don't like the white one is it gets really dirty. It shows all the dirt. I mean, you know, let's face it, you're really only using the drying tool like for messy things. So, and I do like to hit the back of it just to kind of help keep it flat. This tool is not for embossing. It is literally for heat and drying only. You may be able to emboss with it, but it's definitely not the right tool for that job. In my opinion, you do need both tools, the heated heat gun and the embossing gun. I think we're dry. It's still going to bleed a little. I can just tell because the brush, when it was wet, it was really blendy. So I know it's going to bleed a little. I'm not going to stress about it. So glass bead gel. Here we go. We need to pick stencils first. For these, I definitely want the leafy stencil. So the leafy stencil needs cleaned. You set those to the side quick. And let me find some pretty stencils in here to clean. Let's do the swirly. Let me just bring the tub and I'll do it right here. So this is what you end up with after a day of crafting. And I just have my stencils in there. This is just a storage tub. Again, I don't use any of this stuff for food. The roses would be pretty. The glass beads they're not tiny. They're small, but they're not tiny. And so you don't want too fine of a stencil pattern. Like this one would probably not work as well as one that has a more open pattern for the glass beads to go in. We could try that one. What else do we have to choose from? Let's do this loopy one. That might be too much glass though. Let's try the loopy one. Actually, I'm going to go back and I'm going to try this one. I'm going to do these three. So this holds my stencils from all of that pasty stuff drying on them until I can get them to the kitchen and actually clean them. Thank you so much for hanging out with me on Saturday. I love it. This is just stuff I need to do, and you guys are hanging out with me. It makes it so much more fun for me than just sitting here by myself doing this. Yuck. Yucky water. You can tell that I had copper in there, and there's all kinds of different colors on these stencils. And like I said before, be careful wiping your stencils. Okay. This one's got paste still in places. Okay, that's probably good enough. I don't need inky brush anymore. Let's choose one of these. You need to make sure your stencil is dry. Let me just hit it with the heat gun quick. If it's wet, has any moisture, when you put it on that ink background, it's going to make your ink move too. It's not the end of the world. I mean, we're doing mixed media, so, you know, whatever, I guess, if it moves. I'm anticipating it to move some anyway. So we're going to go like that with it. You can already see it's going to be pretty. That's why the blend really didn't matter that much. It was nice to have the blend, but it didn't matter. So for whatever reason, my glass bead gel has gooped some on my saran wrap. I don't know what happened there, but this is the consistency of the glass bead gel. And this has been open since last December, I believe. So it is very thin kind of consistency, and it has a clear base so that it will not dry white. It will dry clear with clear glass beads in it. Okay. So that's what we're looking for. This is available on Amazon. And I'm just going to get a big heap of it. And once I'm good, kind of splat it on there. You want to hold your stencil down and just spread out those glass beads. The base of it is quite thin and spreadable. You're just trying to get the beads to go in the stencil. And because the beads, you know, they're dimensional, they don't fill in every single nook and cranny. They fill in a lot, but they don't fill in every single one. So you get what you get. You don't throw a fit. It's all good. I don't really want to go off my stencil right there. I'll kind of hold it up before I pull the stencil off too and show you guys, because you can see the glass beads sitting in the stencil. And I'm just going to do the whole thing because we're going to cut this down. And this one, when you scrape off your excess, you do need to be careful that you don't scrape off the glass beads. Again, the glass beads are much more dimensional than like a texture paste kind of a thing. They're small. They're fine for putting in a journal, especially, I mean, keep in mind, you know, you don't want to necessarily put this on a page unless you're planning on using a writing board or something, because it's dimensional. It's going to be a little bit, you know, bumpy to try to write over top of. Oops. See, I took off a little too much there. Let me get it cleaned a little bit, just so it doesn't dry forever. And you can see I am getting a little bit of ink and a little bit of cross-contamination in my scrape. So far, it's not enough to be concerned about, but there is a little. Yeah, it's picking up a little bit of ink. You can see it there. It's getting a little bit yellow right there, and it's because it's picking up ink. So I'm going to stop there. When you pull this off, just be careful. Pull it quickly. I'm going to let this sit on the lid because we're going to scrape that back over something else. But I forgot to show you before I pulled it. But the glass beads are all sparkly in there. And you can see it does sit up quite heavily. Like I could have scraped more, but I didn't want to scrape the glass beads out. So that's the first one. Yes, actual glass beads. It's very beautiful when it is dry. Very beautiful. Let's use another background. And I didn't want to do them all the same, but we've got this stencil a mess. So we're going to use one more of this one. And I'm going to try to get this stuff up here that's already contaminated, if possible. Ooh. And you just kind of got to do that to get it off. So the stencil already has a lot of glass beads on it. So in the beginning, I'm just going to scrape over the stencil. I'm going to try to make this one a little bit thinner. I don't know in the end if it'll end up that way, but we'll see. Can you hear it? It's gritty. All those glass beads. Definitely textural, but it dries with like kind of a stained glass look to it. So let me see if we've got enough beads in this one. I mean, this is not a product where you can scrape like other ones quite as much because it scrapes it right out. I'll show you this one before I pull it, hopefully. It was my plan with the last one too, but yeah, it's just harder to scrape it. I'd rather, I mean, it be bumpy than not scraped at all. So let me pick this one up and show you. This is kind of what we've got. You could try to scrape it a little more, but when you scrape, you do remove beads. So you can try. Yeah, I don't mind. We're doing it. So then that's what we've got. Hopefully you guys can see. It's going to be beautiful once it's done. I'm going to put this stencil away. I don't want to do all three the same. So let's put that stencil in there. Also, when you're rinsing this down the drain, you can put it down the drain, but depending on where you live, if you have like a septic or something like that, you may choose to just dump this outside. Glass is just silica. It's perfectly fine. It's not toxic or anything. It's just, you know, I don't usually I don't usually put mine down the sink just because it's little pieces of glass and I don't want it to impact anything. So that said, you could just dump it outside. Glass is a naturally occurring thing. It's silica, so it's fine. Now for this one, we have one of these stencils. I think I'm going to go with the roses. Again, I'm trying to use this kind of contaminated glass bead stuff here. So let's line that up. More of the orange, less of the brown. I think this was like $14 or something on Amazon. I don't remember, but I've had it a while and I've done several projects. I actually have some unfinished bases of this somewhere. I don't know where, but somewhere. And you can do it without inking underneath too. I just prefer it with the inking. I've done it both ways. And when you have ink underneath, that ink is, the glass beads kind of take on that color of ink that's underneath. When you do it with nothing underneath, the glass beads just show through to the white cardstock or whatever color cardstock you have. So you could use color cardstock also, and then your glass beads will just take on that color. There's a little bit up here that's kind of sparse. It's more about pushing those glass beads into the stencil, like off the surface of the stencil and into the little holes. Okay, I think we're good there. Hello, Vintage Halloween Design by Clint. Hello, hello. Thanks for joining. Today is Mixed Media Day for this journal project. I'm making a bunch of mixed media bases right now. While those are drying, we'll move on to some other projects. That's going to be a very pretty one. This is glass bead gel. I might try to just scrape some of that into something so I don't end up wasting it, but that's that one. It will dry clear and there'll be glass beads. Very pretty. We'll definitely see the finished product of those before we wrap up today, even if I have to heat dry them. So let me just take a piece of cardstock. Let's try this ivory one. And just because I've already got a mess going, let's just do some more. So first I'm going to try to scrape what I have on the stencil into the holes. And then if I need to fill in, I'll fill in. I just didn't want to waste all that was there. Like I said, it's not terribly expensive, but it's there. So it dries clear. The base pretty much, you don't see the base, the suspension medium. You really just end up seeing the glass beads. So this one, when we ink over top of it, because we're going to spray this one will be sprayed. We're not, going to leave those other ones the way that they are either. I'm going to drip water over them more than likely, or some other stamping or something technique. But for now, this one will get spray over it. And see, my stencil had color because we were just doing on inky backgrounds. I think that's going to come out beautiful. And I'm just going to do a couple more if I can fit them. Because we're here. So you can do a whole sheet of cardstock. You could also do shipping tags like we talked about. You could do like a vintage book page. Because these are heavy, because they're glass beads, you just got to use something sturdy as a base. Okay. I won't do anything else after this cardstock. So we can move on. The next project, what did I say I was going to do after this? Oh, we're going to spray. resist spray. Sorry, I can't look at chat. I'll look at it just a second. And I am being a little more free with, it's just a sheet of cardstock. So let's see if I can get a third. The stencil has a border, so you can't quite get them as close as I would like to get. It's open. Let's use it. Oftentimes we think, oh, you know, I don't want to use it all up, and then we never come back to it and it dries. So dries out. So we've got it open. We're doing it. Let's just do it. I hope you guys try the glass bead paste. I really like it. Especially for, like, you know, holiday things, Christmas time. It makes beautiful snow. I said that already. But here's those. This is just going in the tub now. I will clean up this mess here. And this will go to dry. And this was just a regular piece of cardstock, ivory cardstock. And you can see the color bleed got a little less as we moved. It's not going to matter because we're going to spray over these. So once these are dry, we will use some sort of spray. I have a whole bunch of different ones, not just Distress Oxide, and we'll spray over top. Okay, let's set this one somewhere. And let me clean this up quickly, and then we're going to spray some stencils. Hello, the Passionate Sticker Haul. Hello. Glass beads, it's Liquitex. It's so fun. So fun. Hello. Okay. Let me clean this off. I talked about cleaning the rim really, really well, just because if you don't, it creates a gap and air gets in. And then try to scrape all of your medium down into the jar. Don't leave it up the sides like that. I mean, there's, you know, a limit to what you can do because it's a cylinder shaped container, but I've pretty much got mine it looks like a little lizard in there. I promise you it's not. For whatever reason, it looks like a little gecko. Do you guys see it? It's a little gecko. It's not really, obviously, but anyway. So clean off the top. Kind of try to shake it smooth. I just shook it everywhere. But clean off the top, scrape the sides. Try to shake it, smooth it down there. I'm going to put that in the thing. I'm going to put my saran wrap, whatever, back on there. If you have press and seal, it works better, but what I have is saran wrap, so that's what I use. Again, if you're looking for it, that's what it's called. And it was like $14 on Amazon. Okay, we're done with pasty, textury stuff. Let's do resist spray. And then we can finally get to spraying some things. Some of this has dried here. And yes, I just used my fingernail for it. Okay, so there's that. Resist spray. For resist spray, I'm going to do some regular cardstock so that everything isn't quite so thick. Sorry, that was loud. I could continue using watercolor cardstock, no problem, but I am going to do some on regular cardstock. Assuming I can find it, I am. Oh, it's in my chair. That's why I can't find it. So I have white and ivory. I like the idea of just doing a whole sheet. Golden glass beads, I have not. I assume it will probably work the same way. So for resist sprays, you know what I would like to do is a little stamping first and then resist spray. Will you guys allow me to do the stamping first and then resist spray? We will just do some regular, like, backgroundy things. backgroundy stamping. Where is my, there it is. Okay. Let's pull some stamps. I had millions of stamps pull. How many actual stamps we will use, I don't know, but they're here. I'm going to use that. We're going to do watercolor stamping next. So I just want light colored things in the background. I'm going to do some scripty background because once I put the resist spray on, it's textural and it will be harder to stamp over top of it. So I'm going to use StazOn because it's not going to react with the resist spray. At least that's my hope anyway. So let's use both. Well, let's just use one of these. Let me pull a different one too. This one's good. That one's good. So many good choices. We might do that. We might do that. Too many good choices. Oh my goodness. We can do some crazy backgrounds. And I said I was going to show you guys. So these are the ones I pulled. Obviously, we're not doing all of them. I mean, I might do all of them. But I want to stamp this as a whole sheet, if possible. There's this one. There's this one. So I'm just going to stamp some of this in the background on some cardstock quickly. Flowers are good. This is like the worn wallpapery bit. This one is also flowers. It just fell out, but it's flowers. Some of this down the side might be good. There's the kind of newspaper and typography. And this one is actually Halloween, so it'd be a good choice. But anyway, there's lots and lots of choices. Let's quickly stamp some cardstock. You just made your first mini vintage Halloween junk journal? That's awesome. That's awesome. Congratulations. These ones came from Amazon. They were around $10 or $12. They're called Global Land. This is what the sticker is. This is what they look like. They're big A4 sets of stamps. These are individual stamps. They're great for backgrounds. Then there's this one. You can see it's Tim Holtz inspired at least. Oops, sorry, it's upside down. That's the one for that one. And then there's this one. Again, good for backgrounds. This one, the label's covered over. They're all Global Land. If you look up Global Land, one word, stamps, you will find these. I don't like to cheat on Tim Holtz, but they look awesome. So let me find some archival and some StazOn so that we can stamp with that. This one needs to go back in there. Okay. Let's do a couple. What else is down here? Okay. Let's do a couple. The reason why we want archival or StazOn or something like that is because when you spray the resist spray is liquid. Sorry, looking for some pokey scissors to open this. I bought a new archival jet black. My other one was just getting tired. So when you spray stuff that's liquid over top of stamping, it will make it run unless it is archival, StazOn, some kind of ink like that. I want them light for the most part. This color is called coffee. It's kind of a lighter brown. And so, you know, I don't really need to worry about perfect stamping with this. I just am going to do messy little, basically going to cover this cardstock and we're going to cut it up and use it later. I will try to do this quickly. Hello, Helen. Hello. I know I should be dropping links for you guys. If I was smart, I would do that because, you know, I have an affiliate account, but do you guys think I do that? No, I don't. It doesn't really earn you much money anyway, but you know, maybe at the end of the year I could get a stamp set or something. I don't know. Anyway, it's on Amazon. I need to make an Amazon's favorite list also, but I didn't do that. You could just like, you know, I'm going to do some where we just kind of hit different places, but I did want some that had all over stamping. Let's do one more of these because I have it in my hand, and then we'll switch stamps. Sometimes the second generation stamp is good too, so you may not even need to ink yours again. I have kind of started giving up on keeping everything clean today. My hands are a mess, so everything is getting ink everywhere. That's good. I'm going to wipe it with a baby wipe just quick because it's archival. And then we will move on to a different stamp. I mean, honestly, I could have just cleaned it with some water if you did it quick. But anyway, I got some of the ink off. It's good. Let's move to something else. Let's use one of these. There's like a little ledger and a little bill head. This is cardstock. I switched to a thinner, regular white cardstock. A favorites list. I will try to get that done. I've been meaning to. It just never happens. And honestly, I really should do a lighter. I mean, since we're putting a stencil over top of this, I really need to try to do. If you had a light gray would be lovely too. A lighter stamping, not so inky. Maybe stamp it off once before you actually stamp it. A block would be good too. I do have a block somewhere. I don't know where, but for now we're not using a block. I'm going to just try to get some of this on here. A block would be really good with a big stamp like this. But it worked. See, it's like a little received by, and it's a little piece of ledger. Oops, sorry, my hand is shaky. I had coffee. That's the one from Amazon. I think it's cool. And so we have this little strip down here. I'm not going to waste it, or am I going to waste it? No, I'm going to stamp it. I'm going to stamp it. Let's just go ahead and stamp this one as a second generation, like right here. No re-inking. We get what we get. And we didn't get much. We got a little skippity background. Honestly, that's fine. I've got this one in my hand. I'm just going to get what I get. We're going to put resist spray over top of these anyway. So I really don't want like a dark, bold background. That one's cool. And let's do the top of it and go this way with it right here. A little overlap is okay too. Silicone does not stamp well by the hand. You really do need a block. But anyway, we've stamped a whole bunch of stuff on a cardstock piece. Let's do a couple more so that we can play with the resist spray with them. This one, I'm going to give a quick wipe, and we're going to call that good for that guy. I think these are fun backgrounds, though. Fun backgrounds. You can get put away later. Let's try this one from Amazon. Ooh, that's something different. I thought this was all one. It's not one. It's two. Okay, well, no matter. We're going to do this one. It's kind of like a bill head. And I'm going to just get what I get of it. I don't want the whole thing. And I don't want it dark. So fine. We'll do a couple of those. Use a block. Don't be lazy like me. I'm going to go with this. No, I'm going to save that for a long one. Let's put this here. Okay, that's that guy. Let's switch to some other kind of stamp. I'll put those away in a minute. I wanted let's do the spider web out of this one. If I can get it open. Purpose of resist spray, to resist ink. You'll see, it'll make sense in a minute. We're going to spray over top of these. So we're going to put a stencil on and we're going to spray resist spray. We're going to dry that. And then we're going to spray the entire thing with ink sprays and let them run over. And the resist spray will keep whatever's underneath the resist spray, the original color. It won't ink it. So it'll show the white background. It'll show, our stamping a little differently. I'm just going to get what I get with this. Do I want it there? I'm going to put it here. Cool. It's kind of like a very rustic spider web. Let's do another one right here. We'll do a smaller tag and we'll do this as just a second generation. It'll make more sense when you see it. It basically resists ink. That's why they call it resist spray. I think those are good. We'll leave that one. I'm going to stamp my pages, a couple of them, with the spider web also. Let's leave that. Let's do some typography in the background. This is a Tim Holtz journal after all. Yeah, that's a really fun technique, the resist spray. As I said before, and I'll say it again when I show the product, you got to clean the resist spray nozzle immediately after use. You cannot just put a cap on that because it will be done forever. You have to get a new sprayer, but I'll talk about that more too again. Okay, so this is just a nice, smooth, lightweight cardstock. You can see it's just thin, but it's nice and smooth. It might be super smooth. I don't know what I have out there in the garage, but it might be super smooth. For this one, I'm going to go ahead and do black. It's typography. I think it's okay to do black. If I miss bits and if I don't get enough ink, all the better. It's fine. And this one, I'm going to go sideways with it. And these might be journal cards or tags or something like that. The rubber stamps you don't have to put on a block. If you want to, you can, but you don't really have to. The clear ones I would suggest putting on a block. There's that. It looks very vintage. Let's do this one. So this is a whole one, right, where we stamped the whole stamp. This one, I'm just going to hit little bits. We got what we got. We didn't throw a fit. It's crooked, but other than that, it'll work. When we cut it down, it'll be fine. I'm going to do one more because I didn't quite get what I wanted out of that one. Let's turn it around and do one here. And again, I'm going to try just to get little bits. So you set it in one place and hold it. And then from there, kind of tap around and you get what you get. Skippity bits. Perfect. Okay. Let's be done with this one. And I'm more or less wiping it so there's not wet ink that's going to get all over everything else. Let's do this little newsprint one. The newsprint I'll do in the coffee color. My torn, sprayed, weird looking tags are drying in the kitchen. That sounds interesting. Share it in the group so I can see what you're doing. I really am nosy and like to see what everybody's making. I'm enjoying it. I am behind in the group, but I am enjoying it. I have ink on my fingers. This one, I'm going to do the whole thing. Cool. A light gray would be really nice. I just don't have a light gray archival that I'm aware of. I might somewhere. I don't know. This one I'll do more skippity. Ooh. Okay, and then let's do second generation right here. Let's go third generation here. I'm just getting whatever ink is on there. That's very faint. I really like that one. I really like the faint. I'm going to attempt to get faint again. We'll see. Yep, cool. So we might get 2 journal cards and 3 tags out of this. Maybe. That's what it looks like. The faint one is my favorite. So the lighter color, if you have a lighter color archival, that would be great. I only have limited right now. Again, I would like to have the little ones, but not until they're on sale. There's that. Let's do some floral things so everything is not so masculine, I guess. I don't know. These ones are already torn. These are some of my favorite stamps to use because they're just little fragments, and that's what we're looking for since we're already adding another layer anyway. Oh, you want me to tell you the stamps? Especially if she listed the timestamp for each technique. Oh, yeah. That requires a lot of time. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying, whew, it's a lot to do. Editing all of that stuff. I mean, you know, eventually, in a perfect world, everything would get done like that. I have ink lines. I don't want ink lines. So these are little fragments. They are meant just to get little bits and pieces. I like them because they give you that natural little torn edge kind of look. This one needed a little more ink. I'll try it again. It's a very fine stamp. That's better. I like the color lighter, but a better stamp. We'll try a couple more with this guy. So I'm going to do another one here-ish. Then I'm going to cut them. Then we're going to stencil spray them. It will go pretty quick once we get this done. I won't stand forever, I promise. There's that one. He's lighter. That's nice. Let's do a different stamp now across the bottom. I'm really trying to book it today just because we have so much to get through and I want to show you finished things, or at least near finished. The technique will be finished at least. That's my goal. Okay. Ooh, that's a pretty one. It's like a little bit of torn wallpaper. Let's do a couple more with that. So I like it coming down from the top corner like that on a tag. Let's do it here. Okay, so those two can be tags. These two can be tags or journal cards. This one is kind of like a hot mess. I'm going to attempt to overstamp it, and we'll see if we can save that little area. I could overstamp it with black too, and that might have been an option. But I'm just going to try to overstamp it and save it. We'll see. It's better. Okay. That was like the torn wallpapery little bits. If you guys want to know stamp names, I can go over some of that. We can look them up. I mean, it's Tim Holtz, everything except for the Amazon so far. Some botanicals in the background would be good. And these Frenchy ones. I have to do the Frenchy ones. And the mixed media. I know. There's too many. It's Tim's fault. He makes too many good things. For someone who loves to craft with, you know, a vintage style, Tim's just got it down. He makes it so easy. Yay, Kendall. You get to hang out. So this one is called French Marketplace. This one I highly recommend, obviously, but it's called French Marketplace. Let's do it. We're going to do several of these. We've got to have some French Marketplace in our life. I might start using a block. I'm kind of struggling. It's so far away from me. It's a good 12 to 14 inches away from my face. Anyway, here we go for that. Let's do second generation straight away and see what we get. Let's do it this way. We'll place it up there. It's very faint, but I like it. Except for that one little area that's dark, whatever. It's good. I'm going to do one more of these. You guys know it's hard for me not to do a journal that has Frenchy things in it. I hope you know that. Let's go this way. For whatever reason, I'm just feeling it right there. Okay. We didn't get it all. It's good. And then I'm going to second generation it right there. I will end up with a lot. That's for darn sure. But we're here and we're doing it. So, okay. One more. And then one more and then one more. But you guys know how that goes. This stamp we're done with. We've got some nice images from it. Let's do the scripty one. It's basically like handwriting. And I'm going to attempt to do it in coffee and black this time. There's like a little French document stamp on it. And I'm going to stamp off the edge. I should have been doing that on some of them already, but whatever. It's good. There's that one. I like it. Let's do it in black now. And I'm not going to care about the brown ink being on there. And the black one, let's go this way and off the page. Okay. And second generation, right there. And I'm getting stays on the back of them, which super annoys me, but whatever. Okay, we're good with that one. We've got some with scripty background. I don't know if there's anything else from this one. I think the last thing I want is some flowers. I'm going to have quite the mess to clean up later. Let's do these flowers, which I can probably get a couple of them on here. These flowers come from a set called Flower Shop. And for them, I just want a faint background, and I keep saying that, but I also am a heavy inker, so yeah, there's that. I'm gonna just do it right here, and we'll get a small little tag out of it. Very pretty. Let's do it again right here. I'm gonna go ahead and re-ink it. Just inked the top of that one. And let's do it here as a tag. Cutting these up will be fun too. Okay. Again, I missed the middle, but whatever. We're going with it. It's not the final layer. You don't have to stress so much. There's that one. For this guy, I'm going to do him once in black. These are very detailed stamps. So they're basically like etchings from old books. And he's kind of big. He's on the big side. So we're just going to place him there. Cool. I'm going to do second gen right away. With second gen, you do have to push a little harder. And it's just a lovely gray, which is what I wanted all day anyway. Okay, let's do a coffee one, and I'll call it good with florals. I do have this little one. It's like the botanical information for these flowers, and I'm going to try to stamp that a little bit too. You guys tired of me stamping? Yes, you are. I'm moving on, I promise. Okay, there's a coffee one. I don't know, I'm going to leave some space. Okay, good. That's good. Let's get some of this little information. So it's like the little botanical information for these. And I'm just going to get what I get of it. I don't want to press the whole thing down. So for instance, we'll get some right here. I'm trying to keep it straight, but it's harder when you're going fast. There's that one. And let's ink this again. And let's kind of do a light one right there. Okay, those are cool. Let's finish with flowers, and I think I just need like a Tim Holtz one, like more masculine looking one, and then we're done. We're done. Okay, good. What do you guys think for Tim Holtz one? Do you want me to do like this crazy one? Let's try it. Plus, I like the fact that this is just one giant stamp. So for this one, if it doesn't come with a giant block, here's how I approach it. This is one continuous stamp. It's called Hodgepodge. It's just one big stamp. I'm going to leave it stuck to the plasticky board for one cardstock. I'm going to stamp it in black. This is going to take a little minute to ink. If you get lazy like me, you can rub. Rubbing doesn't put quite the same amount of ink on, but so you can rub it to get some on and then tap to get the rest. And then a sheet of cardstock. Okay. And then you just flip over your stamp. I'm going to go right off the edge and press it. By leaving it on the sheet acts as a block. he does make some of his stamp sets that have big images come with a block, a big block. This one just didn't happen to. Love it. It's perfect. It's faint and aged and great. Let's do another one quick on the rest of this sheet. I'm inking the whole thing, and I'm going to just do whatever we get of it. Not trying to get the whole thing, just trying to get some of it. Perfect. There's those. Okay, I'm calling it. We're done stamping. Let's cut these quick and then resist spray. I didn't think it was going to take that long either. I just got into it. Okay. Get all the transferable ink off of these. Great. Let's cut. If you get archival in time, it will come off your nonstick. If you let it dry, maybe not. Okay. Couple of things. Thanks, guys, for hanging out with me. I can do it too, but it's just a matter of then going in and putting it in the video. I need to edit every single video on my channel to edit out a certain person's information that is on all the old videos. So I'm just probably going to hire someone to do that for me, because that person and their information needs edited out of all my old videos. All my old videos recommend that person and their group. And you guys know that I no longer support them. So I need to edit all of that out of my videos. I don't want to delete a year's worth of videos. So I'm just going to have someone edit that out. And then maybe, sorry, I put a chapstick on. Maybe they can start time stamping videos and things like that for me too. I said we were done stamping, right? Let's put those away and cut these and spray them. I'm going to quickly cut them. I'm going to try not to care too much what we actually end up with. Like that one wasn't even straight, but don't care. I'd like at least a 3-inch tag. So there's those. Yeah, it just annoys me that those videos are there and like it's a whole year's worth of videos. So what are you going to do about it, you know? Other than edit them, there's nothing. Okay. Let's do like journal cards or something out of those. Then, so this is where cutting gets a little tricky. Let's cut that one into a tag. Then let's cut, this is where cutting gets tricky. Let's cut this one. And I am being a bit lazy. Like, obviously, you could just do this with scissors, but cut that one down there. And the rest, let me finish cutting these quick. There's that one. Since I stamped every which direction, we just have what we have here. There's that one. There's that one. You could just put stencils over these as a whole sheet too. You don't have to cut them. I'm just trying. It helps my eye see where the stencil placement needs to be and where the spray needs to be. Bear with me a minute while I get that done. There's that. This one we never did. This one again. We can do like that. And like that. Cut those off. I left myself a cute little skinny tag down there at the bottom. Okay. This newspaper one is a good one just to put stencil and spray, I think. And we'll just cut it later. Same with this one. Okay, the rest we can just spray. We're good. They're pretty much covered. Where did you find the black rings for these journals? On Amazon. That's the only place I could find black rings. So that's where they came from. So now we're going to spray. I need the splat box and the actual spray. This is Distress Resist Spray. When you use this, look how inky my fingers are. When you use this, immediately when you're done, take the whole top off, put it in water, spray water through it a bunch of times, and then put it back on, and don't spray it again unless you're going to clean it again. You know what I mean? You cannot leave it. You cannot just wipe the top of it. It doesn't work that way with resist spray. Resist spray is actually wet glue. Anyway, let's find some stencils. I have 2 clean ones. Let's just go with it. I'm going to spray these just flat like this. I'm just going to we're going to get what we get with it. And obviously this is not the right technique. You would have a tag and you would put it there and you would be much more accurate than I'm going to be right now. For time's sake, I'm just going with it. Hold them down to the best of your ability and spray. I might have to do it one at a time. I don't want to get resist underneath though. So we're just going to do it like this. A little bit higher. You just get what you get. You don't care. You're not trying to like cover the whole thing necessarily. You're just getting some. Okay? I don't care that I got it everywhere. It's all right. Then when you dismount your stencils, pull them straight up. Okay? There's that. Let's get this down here with this one. And this one over here with this one. This will be a little bit messy. It's not perfect. On the other ones, I will try to do a little bit better job. But these whole sheets, they're big. Ugh, stuck to my fingers. Okay, there's those. I'm going to save these stencils because we're going to use them again. Well, that one just fell in the water, so it's getting rinsed, I guess. This one, I'm going to try to save. It's probably going to fall into, but let me put this somewhere to dry. Actually, let's just, let me put it somewhere to dry for a minute and then we will heat set it. Sorry for reaching in front. Okay, there's these. We need a paper towel. Yes, Amazon. Okay, so I don't want to continually use the same stencils. Let me just use this one quick because it's here. I don't know how that's going to look over that, but let's just do it and we'll find out together. It's a lot, but I don't know. We'll see how it came out. I see the pattern, so I think we're good there. I have it. We're going to just spray these. I don't know if I can get some right there. Some right there. The whole sheets may not come out. I'm not really doing the right technique. But anyway, let's set that to dry. Let me wash these stencils so that I can get out some other stencils. So let's put those in. Resist spray, you know, while you're actively using it, it will be fine. But just keep in mind, it is a glue. Even these little bits right here have already started to dry. It is a glue. Okay. Let me get some water and wipe this. Yeah, this mat needs scrubbed now because it's dried all over it. The splat box definitely from now on. I don't want to scrub this forever. So let me set this to the side. And we'll do splat box for the rest, okay? It'll be a better technique anyway. The splat box, if you weren't here in the beginning, I said I'm using a pizza box. A pizza box acts as a splat box. I do have Tim Holtz's splat box, but it's kind of small. And I thought for today, since we're doing so much, we would prefer the bigger surface. Let me get that to dry just a little. My hands are super gluey. So, pizza box. It has the back that you can spray up against. So, I'm going to put it in the right position and spray up against it. It does have these little holes back here in the back. I'm going to attempt to close them. This is a brand new pizza box. It never had a pizza in it. Let's look at using it like this. It's not ideal, but let's look at using it like this. I mean, it works better in the other craft room, honestly, but we'll try. So find something that looks like tag, whatever. These ones we're doing down here. And then, oh, I forgot to clean stencils. Dang it. Dang it. We need to clean stencils quick. Quick. And I need this back. I have other stencils, but these are the ones I like. These are my favorites. So quickly wash them with your fingers. Today is a very messy craft day. We need a couple kitchen roll. This is the Viva paper towels. We are lucky enough to have it here. Not everywhere gets a Viva paper towels, I guess, or has them. I don't know, but so there's that. It was on top, so I just dried it. There's that one. Let's use one of these. My floral ones. They have paste on them. They're fine. Oops. Just splatted water everywhere. Again, these will all get a thorough cleaning later. But for now, I just care about using the stencil. If you have a little brush, and that works really wonders. A sponge, just be careful. Don't bend up your stencil. All of this will come out after you soak it a little longer, definitely. But for now, it's good. Let's do, that's okay. This one is my favorite for these open patterns like this. My favorite for the resist spray. I think they create really pretty things, images. Okay, a couple more. The dot one I definitely want. The dot one is one of my favorites too. Okie dokie. Sorry for the long lives. I am trying to get it all done. And since we're already well into September, that's why we had to start doing crafting on Friday and Saturday. And long. You can join for as little as or as much as you want. You can always rewatch later if you've got stuff to do. I realize it's, Saturday, busy day for lots of people. Got errands to do and, things to do, I guess. So I understand. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me for the time that you do, though. That's awesome. Grunge journal, that's awesome. You can use these things for anything, honestly. So I'm going to stop there just so that we don't eat up all of our time with it. And then let's put the splat box back. I mean, I'm calling it splat box, but you guys know it's a pizza box. It's from Barrows. I don't know if you guys have Barrows where you live, but there we go. And we were going to start by spraying this one. So, maybe we would do the rose there. I don't know. I think inky background with rose would be better. Maybe some swirls. Let's do some swirls. So I'm just going to put it there. And I'm just going to spray it. See, it's already wanting to clog. So even that little bit of time that it was sitting is too much time for it. And this is kind of what I don't know if you can see the pattern, but the pattern is there. And obviously I would trim that down, a little better. Let's do another one with this. Moving quickly now. Let's put that right over top of it. And I am content to use a whole bottle today. That's fine. We'll have a lot of backgroundy things. I'm not saying I'm going to sit here and spray them all, but we have it. We're doing it. So let's put some swirls on that. It's super gluey. You can kind of see where it is and where it isn't by looking at it. And it has that little, I don't know, shimmer. Okay. It dries quick though, so that's good. What else do we need to do with the swirls before I put the swirls back in the bin? I'm really trying to soak those ones to get a big, yep. Awesome. If I can pick it up. Okay, this is going back in the bin now. I've got quite a bit on this one. A little bit too much because it's running a little tiny bit. But it's okay. You guys see the texture? I don't know. Maybe you can or can't. Let me find a place to put that. Keeping it flat. I'm going to wipe that nozzle a little bit with water. Okay, next up, let's do this guy. And let's do him with the swirly. It's this one. It's kind of everywhere. I'm going to do it where there's open space. I'm going to try not to hold it. I kind of need to though. My fingers just get super gluey. Okay, that's good. You can go here to dry. What else do we have? The typography. Let's do typography with swirls. I'm just going to do the whole sheet. So there's that one for that one. Let's do some big flowers over that. The middle, I really should cut it down. The middle, maybe we'll just put dots under it. Let's just attempt to spray. We're going to get what we get with this. It's a little up, like I can try to hold it and put my arm in front of the camera, but it is what it is. Abstract pattern, I'm good with. They're mixed media, and if I don't like it in the end, I can always put another layer over it, a layer of something, right? So there's those, and now I've got really sticky stencils. I'll set them up there. Let's use these 3 because they're already sticky. This guy to dry. Where can he go? He can go right there. Okay. What else? What else do we have? We've got this one. Let's do all 3 of these again on these. Ideally, cut your paper down to the right size. Hold it down or tape it down really well. I am not doing it as you should. I am doing it the fast method, which is messy and may or may not work out, but it is what I'm doing. So anyway, I need this one to be straight. We're good enough. Yeah, you can see that this one is lifted up. So obviously if it's lifted, you're gonna get spray underneath. Yeah, I have resist spray that we're going to spray, or not resist spray, distress spray that we're going to spray over top of this once it's dry to colorize the parts that are not resisted. So it's starting to curl also. We don't want curly. There we go. What else is over here? I've almost got them all sprayed because I cheated. Again, it's not going to come out perfect, but it'll come out good enough. It's like spraying through a mask, right? Ugh, that one messy. Again, doesn't matter. I'm just saying it doesn't matter at this point for everything. We've got Scripty. Scripty can have flower. I think it goes this way. I don't know. It goes that way. Okay. I'm just trying to use what we have here. Ideally, you pull straight up and it doesn't fall back on it like the last one. Okay, where can this one dry at? I am out of room. That one can dry on the floor. I've got this rose. Let's put some bubbles over this rose. I need to hurry or the glue is going to dry on these stencils. It does soak off if you get it quick, but if you don't, then yeah, it's there. Let's do some swirly. I'm just doing quick because when we spray these, it'll be quick. Okay, I'm going to leave the rest till later. They're all repeats of things we've already sprayed. Okay, I'm going to put these in the bin to soak. I'm going to check on the first ones that we sprayed. When you put them in the bin and they have resist spray on them, you do need to kind of move the water and make sure it gets in between them. Otherwise, your stencils might stick together. I'm being overly cautious with it all, just because I don't want to ruin my things. But ideally, you guys would take your time and do a better job. But we've got extra bits that we didn't use that we can use later. Let me clean up this part. These stencils are good. And let's spray some. If they're not dry, I'll heat dry them quick so we can move on. Deal? Heat drying? Okay. So I don't know where the first ones are that I did. I think this one. And so if I look in the light, can you guys see the resist spray? Like there's dots down here by my fingers. There's dots. There's some kind of pattern up here. The feather pattern. Dots, it looks like. See how it is all over it? This one is pretty much dry. I'm going to heat it for a minute and also to help kind of dry what's down there. And we're going to spray this whole sheet and we're going to get what we get. If you didn't want to spray, you could use your ink pads and put it on your craft mat. Put your ink on your craft mat and then spray it with water and dip it in. Many different ways of doing it. All are good. We're just going to add color now because it's, you know, it's really plain. So we're going to add color. This is dry enough to use. Let's do it. So for color, this is where, like, you could spray it like this. It's fine. But I kind of want it to run over the resist spray. So I'm going to attempt to set this cardstock up here and spray so that it runs down. I'll scoot it forward the whole, sorry for my arm being super close. I do have freckles. I'm going to put it there so that you guys can see it run, if that works. Hope it was better there. Okay. So it's going to, the ink that I spray is going to run down over the resist wherever, and I didn't clean this, wherever the resist spray is, it is not going to absorb or take the color. Let me spray some water through this guy quick. In an attempt to clean him, sorry. You can see all the veins in my arms, the varicose vein. People don't believe I'm as old as I am, but I am old. I do have the veins to prove it. Okay, so clean the nozzle really well. Run water through it. It may or may not work next time you come to it. You do the best you can. So there's that. But the most important thing is running water through it. I don't have clean water, actually. Let me run it through here. The stencil water, the stencil bin water is super, super dirty. Let me attempt to spray actual clean water through it. It's probably good. Okay. I also don't want to use all my water out of there. Okay. We're good. I sprayed water everywhere now. See how it's got glue ring at the top of it? All of this right here is dried glue. This is a liquid spray adhesive, even though it's just a distress resist spray. That's what it is. And you can see we did use almost a whole entire bottle. You don't need to use as much as I did. Anyway, let's spray some color on this. I keep scooting it forward accidentally. There we go. I would like it to not be so bubbly. Let me move it. I'm sorry for reaching again. Let's look at it like that. You can kind of see. So I pulled a whole bunch of distress spray. For color, I'm using distress oxide sprays. And I just want fall colors, right? So let's start with some carved pumpkin. Carved pumpkin. I don't know if I've used it before. There it goes. I should get closer because I really just want it to colorize. I didn't bring a red in here, but let's put scattered straw at the top. And I'm going to go closer. I was trying to stay back, but honestly, I want more color. So there's that. I want to do a dark brown, and then I'm going to call that good and dry it before we move on. What do we have for dark browns? You know what I would like better is green. Let's do forest moss. When I'm done with these, I will also clean. The forest moss, I am really just like being messy with. Okay, so there's that. You can kind of see where the resist is down here in the corner with the bubbles. You can kind of see it. So I'm going to do a little more of each of them and get it to run. There it goes. There it goes. There it goes. I know you guys cannot see perfectly, but it's best I can do here. I could lay it down, honestly, other than the running part. So it's starting to run. I'm good with that. Let's kind of shake it. I'm going to spray a little water. Get it. There it goes. Starting to run a little more. That's what we have so far. I know it looks like a hot mess. We're going to dry it. Sorry, you can't see again. Let's dry it. See the pattern coming through? That's resist spray. We've got the texty, scripty background behind these ones. So these are just tag backgrounds. The whole point of this was to make tag backgrounds. I can see it pretty much covered the script that's behind it. That's okay. My preference would be spray stains or regular spray color without the oxide, but I don't have those. I also have the, I don't know if they're mica or what they are, and we'll use some of those too. I'm just trying to get that dry. That's dry enough. Okay. So if I hold it up close, it kind of looks like a hot mess on camera. It doesn't really look like a hot mess in real life. It looks pretty. But anyway, you've got your stamping back there, and you've got your distress resist spray creates that little opening, that little pattern. So when we cut these up, they're just the background layer, and then from there we will layer ephemera on top of them. Let's do a couple more and change up the color combination. So there's that. The gloss bead stuff is drying beautifully. That's awesome. Let's do this one. This one we have spider webs, and it looks like the feather pattern all over it. I'm just going to try to spray it down here. I want it to run, but I can pick it up to make it run too. So you get it now? Can't find your stencils? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, so let's do these in... The reason why it's getting so milky is because they're oxides. There really isn't a whole lot you can do about that, right? Oxide is oxide. I'm going to do black, purple, and orange, or black, purple, and green, one or the other. And I'm going to try to be a little more spotty with this. I'm trying, but it comes out how it comes out, right? Let's do Rusty Hinge instead of the carved pumpkin this time. Yeah, that was a lot. I actually want more there. Okay. Let's do the purple. Black, orange, and purple for Halloween is... Ooh, that sprayed up it. It's a lot of purple. Okay. let's leave that. Let me get some water. Let's dry it and then I'll put water over it this time. I'm okay with a little bit of white. I might put a little more orange right there. Other than that, I'm okay with a little bit of white. Here we go. So I know it looks like a hot mess. It's okay. It's all right. I can see almost none. Almost none. Of my stamped background that we worked so hard on. The oxide is just covering it right up. That's okay. I didn't get it to run at all this time. We left it. And that's all right. Let's put some water splotches on it. It's fun backgrounds. Fun, fun, fun. My preference is for it to run, but it's okay. I'm going to dry it. We'll do a different technique next time. It's covering, the oxide is really covering up my stamps. And this one has a halo around it. It's okay. We're going to cut it up. Let me get this dry so I can set it somewhere. So I cannot even barely tell what was behind that. You can barely see some spider web. You can barely see the hint of ledger, but not really. I'm going to really saturate the next one and let it run. And I might go back over this, just depending. I can set it to dry though. Okay, let's try a smaller one. This one has a swirly pattern. So on this one, I'm going to set it up there and I'm going to spray it and let it run. And I'm going to drench it pretty much. Again, the oxide is just covering everything up. It's okay. Uh-oh. Not like that. There we go. And let's kind of leave that in the middle. The thing with the resist spray is while it's wet, you can kind of edit some of that resist spray. Or not resist spray, you can edit some of that ink off of the resist spray. I might need to do that on the other ones as well. It just kind of lets that pattern show through a little more. So let's try that. And then let's try that one. It's getting better. You got to put more ink on. The little sprays, not my preference. Drenching it, much better. This one came out really pretty. You guys see that one? So when it's cut down, it will be a gorgeous journal card. And then you can layer some other things on it, but for now, that one's dry enough. I'm just trying to dry it so it doesn't run wherever I set it for its final dry. Let's do this one. This one has the swirly pattern. So I'm going to come back and edit those full sheets. I'm trying to show it to you, but it doesn't want to show. It's a swirly pattern. What do I have for this one? Let's do some mowed lawn and maybe an orange. Mowed lawn is kind of a bright green. Let's see how we like it. I definitely like it to run though. I will see that. There's that one running. With mowed lawn, I'm going to do the carved pumpkin. And let's put a splash of purple. Be careful with the purple and the green. It might turn brown. There we go. I'm trying to tap it to get it to run. I'm going to add a little bit of water. When you add the water, that's what really gets it to run, but it is also what turns it milky because it's oxide. So let's leave that way and dry. Before we dry, let's kind of clean up some of the resist spray. I'm going to trim off the bottom anyway. I can see that it's not cut straight, so we're good. Yeah, I'm not liking the addition of water. It's making it too oxide for me too. So let's just heavy spray them. Drying up my puddles. So this one, it had that wallpapery bit back there. You can barely see the wallpaper bit. It had a wallpaper bit right up here in the top corner. Barely can see it. So no stamping underneath if you're using oxides, I don't believe. You're just not going to see it. I mean, it's a hint. It's worth putting the layer in there maybe, but anyway, I really like the color combination of that one. Cut down, that'll be beautiful. Let's keep going. Again, that's swirly. Let's do a dark color. We didn't do any browns yet. Let's do walnut stain. It's going to really cover it, but let's try it. And maybe I'm just going to do half. I don't know. Okay. A little more at the bottom. There we go. And let's try that. So this time I purposely left where you can see a little more of the stamped image behind. So if you have the non-oxide, just the regular distressed spray, use that. That is a much clearer, it'll let you see your stamped image behind it a lot more than the oxide will. Oxide is a great vintage look, but it doesn't necessarily allow enough of the stamped image to show through. The other thing I wanted to see is if we can edit, we can. So you can edit your resist spray. So this will be a cute little tag or journal card when it's done. When I hold it up close, you can't really see it, but this light is super bright and washing everything out. Let's turn it. Cute. More. Let's do a couple more, and then let's do some where we dip it in regular ink so that we can see our stamped patterns. Actually, let's save this one and let's do that. Let's switch techniques and stamp. So I can just close this box up now. All of my yuckiness will be in there. I'm going to use it again later, but for now, let's just close it. I'm going to put it somewhere so if it leaks, it doesn't leak on the carpet. Because this room is carpeted. Let's put it here for now. So let's get the craft mat. We have some things drying on it, so we can just continue using that. And then let's smush some inks down. These are just about dry. Let's smush some inks down, add some water to that, non-oxide inks. And then that way our stamped images will show through. Because the light brown ones, while I wanted a light background, the oxide is just so overpowering. It's not letting us see those. So let's take some of the other inks we have. I'm going to need to clean all of these sprayers. So I dipped it in water and I wiped it. Quickly, I will clean them. I'm sorry. This is kind of the process though. This is why people don't create with their products, because they're like, oh, it's such a mess, you know, the cleanup, all of the things. So I'm just dipping the nozzle in the water and wiping. Swishing it around and wiping. And now these are good because they're so overpowering. Oops, I didn't get. They're so overpowering. I'm not going to use them. But I don't have sprays, regular sprays. I'm meaning to get them, but again, it's going to have to be Black Friday special or something because it's just a lot. He has so many colors, and while you don't have to buy them all, you could just get one color set. I'd be happy with that too, but I just can't afford it right now. So I have to wait for them to be on sale on Black Friday. But anyway. Oxides are great for spraying onto coffee dyed paper. I am going to spray some of my journal pages just to put some color back behind on coffee dye or cardstock or whatever. So those ones are clean enough for now. Let's smoosh some ink. And we'll do these ones that are sitting here. Let's smoosh some eggplant. After eggplant, let's put butterscotch. I only have what I have, right? I don't have everything. So there's that. And let's do the terracotta. It's more of a red, but I don't know how it will be with purple, but let's do it. We might need some espresso. I don't know. Let's put a little bit of it here, there, and everywhere. Okay, so we squished it. If you have the oxide pads, or not oxide, stain, regular distress, I keep saying stain, regular distress inks, much better. So I'm going to kind of water that a lot. Now for these ones, let's attempt to pick this up. I think I need a little more water, honestly. Okay, let's attempt to pick this up. I'm just going to tap here, tap there. Beautiful. Pick it up. Let's dry it. You guys can see where if you don't have oxide, infinitely better already. Infinitely better. You can actually see the stamped image. Yeah. Get the card flattening out as it's drying. And then you can dab some of the corners so it doesn't take an hour. But so that's first layer. We can clean off some of our resist spray. If you wipe the resist spray, it takes off the ink that's sitting on the top of it. So there's that one. Much, much better. Much more the look I was going for. So I'm going to let that finish drying. It's not wet where it's going to get messy. Let's go ahead and finish these ones. I like how we got some purple on the corner. I'm going to try to replicate that. Get a whole lot of purple there. And then we'll do the rest here. Tapping would be better. Getting more and more here and there. There we go. And let's pick up some more purple there. Okay, let's try that. Much better. Oxide spray, 2 covering. We get there in the end. Even those oxide ones, they'll be beautiful in the end. They just need a little more now because the stamped image is so covered. This little dryer works so good. You could go back and splosh some water to make some water droplets too, if you get a lot of color. Just because we have the distress resist spray, I don't feel like we need to do that, but you could if you wanted. Just Picking up the rest, and then let me wipe the resist spray so we can really see that image better. So the resist spray is all the white part. You can kind of see a little bit of resist spray pattern there. I think this is resist. It is resist. Yep. Can you see it if let me find the light right there. So these will flatten out and they'll be beautiful. We'll add more to them, but for now, I'm going to try to pick up what is here. Kind of dragging. And then let's get the rest of this. Where there's white, it is what it is. So this was a floral stencil, and we put resist spray through it, and you can see the florals popping out over top. Because we didn't hold down and tape down, it is a little more abstract, but I like it. And then let me wipe off a little bit of resist. That's there. So hopefully, I don't know, I guess you can see it better here. There's a flower popping out through here. There's a flower right through here. There's a flower right through there. And then we have scripty background in the back. I will try to hold it up closer. See the flower poking out here? It's just a different look. Okay, let's find out what else is laying around that we need to drag through some ink. I think we need to put some more ink down and maybe clean that up because it's getting really muddy. But let's put some more ink down. Some people, especially in a mixed media or art journal, this is a baby wipe. Yes, it is. You can save your baby wipes when you're done, lay them out to dry, and people use those as fabric or even pages in their journal because they get, kind of like a tie-dye look after you've used it for a while. So if you are into it, you can save your baby wipes and do that. I have some that I've saved, but anyway, let's put some more ink down. I really liked that color combination, and I don't want everything the same, but I like it, so let's do it again. And some pads are inkier than others, so and I like that little bit of dark in there, so I'm going to do it again. Okay, let's wet that. And let's drag this one through. Okay, so this pattern is the swirly pattern over top of wallpaper. And I kind of like getting that purple at the top. Let's do it again. Beautiful. Let's get the lighter and the orange. Oh yeah, that's nice. Okay, need a little more there. And let's try that. A glass mat or some type of, it has to be a certain kind of mat to get this to work, to get it to bead up like this. Glass mat or Teflon, anti-stick, whatever kind of mat. If you don't have any of that, the parchment paper that has the coating on it will also work. This one, I think we need a little more. Where's that baby wipe right here? I think we need a little more on this one. It may just be that there's a lot of resist spray on it. I'm going to try to tap it in and get a little more of the dark right there. Okay. Let's try. And let me spray this. See how it's kind of like bunched up? Let me get that to run all over. And pick some back up. I tried. Let's see how that looks. It has more color. It's blowing right into the ink again. Yeah, a bigger work surface would be good. Okay. Now I gotta dry the back because it has ink on it. This one is good. I like it. It will be a cute little tag. I'm just going to put Tim Holtz ephemera on most of these. Some of them I can leave because they're pretty by themselves. That first one with the flower was the best one so far. Let's see what else I have to drag through here. I have a whole entire cardstock thing. Let's do it. Let's just be messy and just do it. Don't care. The messier, the better. Now we need to edit and get pieces where we missed, but other than that, we're just getting splotches. Okay, let's try to pick up a little color there. And we ended up with splotches everywhere, which is good. That's a good first layer. And let's dry that. We'll do another layer. This could be a page. This is a good background for a page. I know you can't really see the resist spray yet, but you will when I put the next layer on. There's not quite enough ink happening here. I just don't want it to get too muddy, so we'll stop here and dry. It doesn't have to be perfectly dry, but dry enough to where it's not going to be muddy is good. Now we need more ink. Again, I just like that color combination. I think we need more orange in it though. If you have a re-inker, you can put like a drop of re-inker. I do have a bin of those also that need to get used. A lot of them are probably re-inkers for these things. But what else do we have? Let's use this one. This is a meadow colored one. It's never been opened, even though it is 15 years old. Let's do a meadow. We'll put some darker green in here. Ooh, this is this kind of ink pad. Okay. Oh, no, it comes off. All right. I don't know if it was meant to come off, but it's off now. Okay, there's some meadow. Let's just use those two for now. And I'm going to try to tap where we need it. I want more orange where there already is orange, so I just kind of put it in there. There we go. When it's a whole sheet, you can just drag. Getting there, getting there. Not quite enough color still. Let's make whatever this is run. And I really wish I could spray more color, but I can't because we don't have it. So we're using what we've got. Okay, let's clean that so I can dry on it. And then I can just cut this up. And I'll show you the resist spray too. I think you can see bits of it again. I need more color here. This is beautiful, whatever pattern that was. Oh, it's a big flower. Okay, that's beautiful. This is the swirly, and these are the bubble. This is flower down here too. Hopefully you guys, yeah, you can kind of see the flower coming through right there. So we just need a lot more ink. But I dry between layers because otherwise it will just turn to mud. It looks like a hot mess right now. A little more ink. Do I have any white inkers in here? I don't think I do. We're going to get a bunch of eggplant. What do you guys think? Are you going to play later? Are you playing now? I keep trying to get more yellow, but I don't know if yellow is possible. Let's try to get these. So your surface has to be nonstick so that it will bubble up like this. I'm trying to fill in. See where there's already yellow here? I'm trying to fill that in with yellow. And I do just want to cover it. Oh, very nice. And this up here with purple. Very nice. Perfect. And then here I have brown, so I'm just going to get brown. Very nice. You can see it's getting super messy. The messier, the better. The backside is also getting cool. Not that I'm trying to get the backside, but you know, my paper is pretty much saturated at this point. I'm trying to get this corner. All right, let's stop there. We have some white that's showing. That's good. Gives your eye a place to rest. And let's dry that. Inking all your pages, punching the holes. Which paper dolls? That's perfect. Kindle, perfect. I know I have the whole collection of Anna Griffin from way back to now of all the Halloween things. I collect Anna Griffin, but I never have time to sit and play with her stuff. One of these days, I'm just going to make a whole journal out of Anna Griffin. I hope you guys can see how inky that got. It was beautiful. See the flowers coming through? That's resist spray. And you have the background of the stamp underneath. I'll hold it up and show it. I think we should just ink it and spray it with water because the more it has on it, the better it's coming out. So see how awesome that is up there in the corner? It's really awesome. And then you have texture and little bits. I don't know if you can see the dots, but the dots are there. And if they have a little too much ink, you can clean them off. It's great. I love it. That kind of cleans that off. That kind of cleans that off. I love it. So I'm going to let that one dry, and we're going to cut that one up later. Let's put it up here. Let's see what we have for this guy. And then we'll move away from this. Well, take your time. There's no rush, right? This stuff is always going to be there, and there's always going to be new stuff coming out too. So don't feel like you have to go out right now and buy every single supply that I'm using or anyone else is using or that you see. Take your time and build your stash up over time. My stash of supplies has been going for like 25 years. It didn't happen overnight. I'm actually pretty frugal for the most part when it comes to buying craft supplies. I try to buy them on sale. Like I said, I'm waiting for Black Friday for certain things because we're close enough, Okay, we have a whole nother sheet here. Let me just pile what we have and we can pick and choose. And then a lot of our texture paste things are done, so we can prop them up in the splat box and spray. Oxide, we can do it. We don't have stamping underneath to worry about. Let me find where we put the rest of these that were resist sprayed. I have to hunt around my craft room in 50 million locations now to find the rest that we sprayed of this. Is that it? Does everything else have paste on it? I don't know. I think so. Let's drag these through some ink and finish this. Or are you guys done with it? I don't know, but let me drag a couple of these through. I'm just into it now, so it's happening. This one, this is Kaleidoscope called Autumn Leaves. I'm just curious. Let's just see what happens if you just kind of like smudge the whole pad down in a stripe. Well, first of all, you make little indentations in your map. I don't think all of these colors, yeah, this one is dry. There's barely any ink on here. So, because I do not care about this ink pad, because it is literally trash now. You saw what I did. Don't do it for ink pads you care about. But this one is already dry and it's trashy, it's old, whatever. So that just happened. I like it. Let's see what we can make with it. This is the joy of having a bin of things that you're pretty much done using. I do want to put some purple, and I'm going to put that purple right up here at the top. And I'm going to try to smush a good bit of it. So I kind of have a little rainbow, a little fall colored rainbow. Let's spray all that. So any old ink pad. I'm running out of water, so I will have to refill that here in a second. But let's drag this whole page through here and see what happens. We're going to find out together. So I'm going to drag it in sections, or tap it in sections to begin with. And I'm going to over ink them. I like them over inked. Ooh, perfect. Okay. I'm going to try to keep that purple up there for a minute because I want to drag it this way now. And I do mean like drag it. This is where a glass mat would be really helpful. See, I'm wanting to jelly plate now. That's great. Love it. I would like some orange in there. There's not really much orange. I don't want to wipe that up, but I don't have enough room to not wipe it. So it's getting wiped. You can see me trying to like hold down the mat with my elbow so that I can dry. Before I dry, I'm going to douse this with water and attempt, probably very poorly, to add some orange. This orange. I'm just going to do it. I've been wanting to do this the whole entire time, so I'm just going to add orange where I want orange. Let's try that technique. I'm going to douse this with water. Nobody freak out. I just think I can edit a little bit better like this. Let's go ahead and do orange in through here. I want the whole page pretty much covered with ink. The resist spray will give us our definition anyway. So let's do it. I'm out of water. It's wanting to spit a little bit. Okay, so now that we've done that, let's get it to move a little bit. Okay. And we can dry that guy. He's really wet, so I'm going to try to wipe off some of the resist spray. It doesn't really matter at this point. It's all good. I know we need to have an Anna Griffin just crafting day. My fingers and my hands are just black. So before we end with this project, I have some shipping tags that I just want to drag for ink. If you guys will sit with me while I do that, then let's put some ink over top of our textured backgrounds. I do have different sprays that I brought in that I kind of forgot about there for a minute. So let's go to some of those too. They're not oxides, so they will actually show us our image behind. When this is cut up, I think it will be beautiful. It's dry enough where I can sit it now, though. Okay, so before we wrap up with this, let's put some ink down in my favorite color combination for fall. And let's just drag some tags through there, okay? I'm going to add the meadow to it. This ink pad has a weird case. It's really hard to open. Yes, me too. I still do for scrapbooking. But I make cards and things like that. I mean, I did. I haven't made cards in a little while. So, okay, let's try that. And I'm out of water. Let me run and grab water real quick just to fill this. It'll take me 30 seconds. Okay. Just got inky fingerprints on the door. Anyway, we have water now, which is a good thing. So you just want to wet it until you see those droplets. How much water is up to you. Let's just drag some tags through quick to kind of get them some color. I'm thinking regular tags. That was a lot. Yes, it was. Here we go. There we go. I'm trying to do like a little rainbow. There we go. I'm going to put water droplets on it, and then I'm calling that tag good. I don't know if I'll get water droplets because it's not, I forget that it's not my Tim Holtz ink, so we'll see. We'll see. Let's find out together if I can get water droplets on non-Tim Holtz inks. Kinda. I mean, I could splatter them with paint too, but let it sit for a minute. And then this is your fun baby wipe. So you can see where if you were doing like a nature journal or something, like it's kind of pretty. You could use it as fabric. People make pockets, tags, all kinds of things out of them. So I'm going to call that one good for baby wipes. I don't know if I will use it, but I'm just saying you could. We kind of got water droplets. Kinda. For not being Tim Holtz ink, you get what you get. So anyway, there's that. Let's drag a couple more of these. Not my paper towel, but a couple more of these. Let's start with like browns and purples and greens. A little more there. Let's add some water to it and make it swirly and run. And then dry. Oop, you can't see if I dry there. Let's dry here. No. Quite curling. Quite curling. I didn't want it to run anymore. I don't mind dabbing off the ends to kind of help it dry, but yeah. They're fun. They're working. So I'm not aiming for 100% dry, but dry enough. Just inky little tags. Fun. If you do nothing else today, just do inky little tags. Everyone can do inky little tags. I'm going to get that purple and that brown. Not much brown left there. There we go. And that green. Okie dokie. Let's try that. And what happens if right when it's nearly dry, yeah, we give it a spritz. Again, this is not Tim Holtz ink, so we get what we get and we're happy to get it. Can you guys see? Maybe. I definitely like it with the ink or the little water splotches. It's Adirondack, so I guess it's the father of distress ink. So we can tap off what's excess there and be done with it. Cute. I can ink any open spots if I feel like I need to. We're just going to use what ink we have here. What do you guys think of the inky tags? Do you guys want to play with that today? That's something everyone can do. Little inky tag. I need some dark. Where's my brown? Right there. With that green. Ooh, the green is nice. Let's do green. Okay. And we're drying. And right as we're drying, when it quits being glossy and it starts to actually dry, trying to get it so that you can see. I need my tag to just flatten out just a little bit. Okay. And I can see I need more purple up there at the top. That's okay. Let me attempt to fill in that spot with some purple. I don't know where purple is on here, but that's kind of a purple. Well, not technically. You can finger paint. That's allowed. And let's try that. Okay, how about we spray some of the other sprays over our pastes? You don't see that one? I think you do, but we can stamp images over these. When we're done. I'm just using what's here and then we're moving on. So what are you guys going to do for the rest of the weekend? Didn't get any water on that one. Ooh, there we go. There we go. I'm going to play for a little bit longer. Again, we can fill in if we need with regular ink. Let's do this guy. He looks like he would be fun. And we have a big thing, so let's do this guy. Smushing is totally allowed, especially when you're in cleanup mode. However, you may just get mud. You get what you got left. That's it. So we've inked him. I need purple. Let me add purple quick. Apologies. I just don't have any purple left. And I need purple. What you guys going to do for the weekend? What's left of it? There we go. Some down there at the bottom, some there in the center. It's getting really dark now. Let's clean that up. Let's spray this with water. Perfect. Perfect. So now we have super inky time record. Okay, let's do sprays over textured pasty things. And then I think, unless I forgot something, we're going to wrap it up. So that'll be a little bit. I mean, we have quite a few textury things and different pastes, the glass bead. Let's spray over it. I know it's been a long live. Apologies. This is just what I needed to get done today. So you guys are along for the ride. I told you it was mixed media day. So there's the time record, and it will be folded up. It has ink on the back too. Okay, let's get the splat box out. This time we're only spraying sprays that are safe for a splat box. I see I have some ink up here. Let me get that. Let's spray over our pasty stuff. I'm blocking out most of the light, but I think it's still okay. So for the stuff that we did, these were the first ones, I think. This is texture paste on watercolor cardstock. And we're just going to sit it up there. I'm going to get it in camera for you. And then for those ones, because I don't want to use oxide, it covers it up too much. We didn't do embossing. We didn't do a lot, but it's already a super long live. So let me get the Tattered Angels sprays. They have a little bit of mica. We have the other Tim Holtz sprays that have a little bit of mica. Let's use some of these quick. And then I have those powders, and we can use the powders over it too. So I'm just going to random grab these Tattered Angels. They're super old. Glimmer Mist, whatever these are. I just chose fall colors from, that you can tell they're super old, from my stash. And then I'm going to do the Tim Holtz and the powders. Unwinding from the past month. That sounds fun. I know you need it. You've had a very stressful time. Okay. We get what we get from these. These are old too. So I'm going to start with Sunflower, just in case you were wondering. This one's not going to spray. And that's okay. If it doesn't spray, I can flick. I don't know that flicking is going to work, but I'm just going to try to pour. I can't spray, so we're going to try to spray or pour some sunflower. We'll come back to sunflower here in a minute. I need it over there. It's not working out great for me so far with these. They're really old. Let's do some green. Hopefully green sprays. Yes, green sprays. That's good. So there's green down there. This one was the sunflower. Let's set it to the side. This one is Jingle Bells. I have Daffodil, and I have gold. So a whole lot of greens and golds. Let's try gold. Let's try and see if gold will spray. It's literally just the shiny part of gold. So we're getting it to run down. I need a darker color. And so I have these. So while this is wet, I'm going to now switch and put Nuvo shimmer powder on there to make sure that it is wet enough. I'm going to mist. These are powders, and so you want to have your surface wet before you apply, and you use them very sparingly because a little goes a long way. And I don't have a darker spray, so we're just kind of making do with what I do have here. And you can see how there's a lot of different color within the powder. So you put the sprinkle the powder on. Then if you would like it to move a little more, add some water. You're going to let that run. And that's what we have so far. And I like it. It's very pretty, but I need some green back. We've lost all of our green. So I'm going to put it back up there, and I'm going to hit it with the green again. Beautiful. And we're going to call that good. It's a very dark fall background. I'm going to dry it just as it sits there. And then we're going to call that good. I think I'm going to have to invest in the Tim Holtz spray. The spray is just the most convenient formula to use, right? I love this little inky bit of watercolor cardstock back there, though. That's nice. We're going to cut that off and use it for a small tag. That's perfect. So because this was texture paste, modeling paste, can you guys see the gold come up? So beautiful. It's not all the way dry yet, but as it dries, you can see the gold come up. There's the gold. So beautiful. So using what I have, so beautiful. That's dry enough to set to the side. Let's set that over there to dry. Uh-oh, we're going to have an avalanche. So we did one texture paste like that. Let's do this one. This is roses. And just to keep from getting a bunch of ink at the bottom, I'll wipe up what's there. So this is roses. On the roses, I'm going to start with just powder and gold spray. Okay, so to use the powder, you want to wet your thing pretty thoroughly. You don't want to spray the powder when it's dry because you will end up actually inhaling it. Not necessarily dangerous, but maybe not advisable is a good way to put it. So this one is Atlantis. This one is Green Parade. Let's use Green Parade. So I have Cherry Bomb and I have Green Parade. And these are the Nuvo Shimmer Powder. Now this kind of dried while I was talking, but I'm going to attempt to put it in places. It's not working out that way, so it's just going to go where it's going to go. And we're going to wet it down heavily, so it's not going to matter. It's all going to run together. And then for this one, I'm going to attempt to get it on the rose. If you guys have, there's another brand that does these little powders like this. Maybe a little more well-known. I don't remember what it's called. Some of you guys will know if you're into mixed media. There's another brand that does little powders like this. And there's a whole bunch of different pigments in these powders. It's not just one color. It's a bunch. So that is very vibrant. We need a little more green. Cherry Bomb, use it sparingly. And then we're going to put gold all over that. So I don't know that this will go in a fall journal, but it's here and we did it. So you guys see the metallic? So pretty. Okay, so there's that part of it. This is the gold. This is the one that gives us that beautiful gold shimmer to everything. Before we end up with mud, because we've got a red color and a green. Lindy sprays will work, but that's not what I was talking about. I'm trying to edit so we don't end up with a bunch of mud. I picked up most of the mica there. I'm going to hit it with gold again. There we go. And let's let this one dry a little bit. And I'll hold it up. So this one is probably just more of a floral journal kind of tag. As it dries, the gold comes up. It is so beautiful. Okay. The gold is coming. Can you guys see the gold? There's the gold. So this is just one layer. Again, you will layer over it. I love this rose in the center. It has this bluish purple tone to it. So there's one of those. Not for Halloween, probably. I mean, I don't know, but probably not. I don't know how to show this to you. It's actually pretty. What else do we have? Glass beads. Let's check them. Ooh, they are close to being dry. Let me show you this one. Let's dry it. It's close. It's just a little opaque still, but it's getting there. You guys see the glass beads? It's like frosted crystal. And let's check our crackle paste too. So this is what this guy looks like. And he's just ever so slightly tacky. He's nearly dry. But he's got glass beads that just glimmer. It's really hard to show you, but they just glimmer. It is doing a terrible job of showing you. So I don't know how I can get it to show you, but it's quite beautiful. Let's put some water droplets on there and see how we like that. And I need a paper towel to dab those off. They're coming. There's it with water droplets. Again, the glass beads are really hard to see except for in person. Those are going to be beautiful tags. Okay, there's that one. There's two more. This is our crackle paste. It did crackle, even though it is old. I don't know. You see the crackling? It did crackle. So let's spray this and put powder or something. I would love some purple and orange. I don't know what I have that's purple and orange, but let's figure it out. Let's try oxide over it. It'll kind of be misty, but let's try it. I know I cleaned them already, but let's try it. So let's sit it up there and do oxide. It's black, so at least it will show through the oxide, right? That's the hope. Don't want bubble. Let's water that. Well, if I water, it gets super, how should we say? It gets super oxidey. I don't know how else to say that. It gets super oxidey. So I really am just looking for it to run. I just want it to curl, but I want a little blend. We're getting there. Okay, so I'm going to dry that before. I mean, if I put water, it's just going to oxide it out. See, it just does. Let's just dry it. These little ones here, I'm just going to try to smear that away. It'll be cut off anyway. It'll be interesting to see if I can wipe off the black and clean the oxide off of it, or if it's going to be all oxidey like this. Thank you guys for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out with me for so very long. Edit some of those out. Ooh, I like that. It actually came out pretty good. Let's call that good for that one. And let me see if I get a baby wipe. If I can wipe off some of the black to kind of reveal it a little more. Or is it going to be, yeah, you can. You can kind of wipe away some of the oxide. It actually wipes away a little bit of the texture paste too. So dabbing is better. Just to reveal a little bit more of our black. But that one came out cute for Halloween. And it's all crackly. Cute. And it's not super dimensional either. So that works. Okay. What else can we do? I have things drying everywhere. Let's try the other pastes. This is a green crackle. This is how it crackled. It did do the perfect alligatoring crackle that we like. For this one, I really want to put purple on it, and I think I'm just going to put oxide on it. I'm just going to leave it there, and I'm going to do purple and orange. You know, that's a lot, but I want it to run. And then what can we do down the center of it for darkness? We have walnut stain. There we go. Okay. Let's dry that and then add water. It's curling. It's curling. Curling, curling. And I don't want fingerprints either, but get what we get. It comes out really interesting when you put it on something that's crackled. You guys see what's happening? It's almost like the glass bead look, honestly. I'll hold it up for you here in a second. So when I'm done for today, I'm going to throw away this pizza box. And next time we'll start with a new one. Again, I wiped some away. Let's put a little water droplet on that and see how that looks. Yeah, it sprays everywhere, and it has sides. I like it. It's just, I have this flat box, but this flat box is kind of small. Do all your messy stuff in here. The water splotches are actually really nice. And that's good. So there's what the green looked like. Remember how bright the green was? It's not bright anymore, which is a good thing. The oxide kind of tames down all of that. It still has its crackle though. It's really cute. So there's that one. We have the gold and the copper still to look at. And we have these. Here's the gold. We're wrapping up. We're getting there. Okay, so we have these. We did kind of like that butter yellow. It's a light gold. We did copper, and this is just texture paste. So let's do these quick. I'm going to spray this with Lindy's green. Or not Lindy's. Now I have Lindy's in my Tattered Angels. I'm going to spray this with green. And after green, I have Jingle Bell. Let's spray it with Jingle Bell. If Jingle Bell wants to spray. I need a touch of purple. I need it. So what's happening is happening. And I'm not throwing a fit about it. Okay. I kind of wetted that to get it to run. Oops. Product avalanche. And let's dry that. This one might be my favorite. The mixture of oxide and gold paste and what are these things called? Tattered Angels? Yeah, those. I think this is my favorite. I like how the Jingle Bell and the purple mixed and it kind of turned it into like an orange color, a coral color. So you just have to play. And if you end up with something that you are not thrilled with, that just means it needs another layer. The difference between happy with something and unhappy with it is literally the matter of one layer. You can do something else over the top of this. I mean, I like this, so I'm not saying this one. But if I did have something I was not happy with in the end, just add more to it. Add another layer. And all of these are just bases, so they're going to have ephemera and other things on them. This one is actually my favorite. It came out beautifully. The green, the Jingle Bell, and the purple, which doesn't even look purple anymore. It's beautiful. So there's that. Love that color combination. Gonna do that again. I also love this one though. I wish you guys could see this one in person. This one is stunning. So I have so many fun things to play with. Oops, I just knocked the spray on the floor. And I don't want those to fall into my washout bin. Okay, let's move on to the copper. The copper one is here. I'm going to tilt it. And I'm going to do the same combination over copper because I really liked that. So we started with the green. Started with the green up here. Not in your pizza box, but on your project, preferably. And I sprayed quite a bit of it. Then we went to Jingle Bell. You guys can't see, sorry. Then I went to Jingle Bell. And I did Jingle Bell down this side. Heavily. And I did a smidgen of purple. Oops. Not like that. See, that just covered everything. And that's crap. It's okay. We can save it. The problem is that purple, it didn't spray the same as last time. So now I got to edit it out of this side and edit it out of this side, and I'll have to overspray. And it's okay. It happens. So let's go ahead and hit it with the Jingle Bell again on this side, giving me back my gold. And let's hit it with this one, giving me back my green. And I'm going to dry for a second, and then I'm going to dab off the excess. It just gives you the perfect place to make a mess. And then you close it up and throw it away. Okay, let's dab off these. Oh, I just picked up most of my green. That's okay. It actually came out beautiful. Really, really beautiful. With the copper color underneath. And I love this hint of green we maintained down there. That's awesome. I would like just a smidge of green there. Let's see if I can get it to stay. Kinda. It has green mica, so a smidge of it stayed. So this one, it's not dry yet, but it's beautiful. The light just washes it out, but it's beautiful. Okay, there's that one. I wish you guys could see it in real life. I really need to start filming with my phone. My phone does such a better job than these cameras do. Okay, we have this one. This is just texture paste. I kind of got away from the Halloween color scheme, and I need to get back to it. Let's do texture paste with those new Tim Holtz sprays. What are those things called? Let's do those. These things are called Distress Spritz. I got them, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. Let's do those. They will spray at least. I'd like this green one. This purple one. I'll tell you guys the colors once I get them out of the bag. A green, a purple. Here is a orange. And there is a yellow. These ones are going to be very shimmery. And I think that's all I need. I might need this walnut stain, but we'll find out. So these need opened, just like the last ones did. Oh, thanks for hanging out with me for so long. It is a marathon. I'm kind of getting tired too. Let's get these done quick. And then I have the rest of the day to clean up my mess and play with the rest. I'm trying to get this off. Kind of. Okay. There's that one. I'm not opening them all. I'm just opening what I'm planning on using so that we can speed this along. I know you guys have been with me all day. Oh, goodness. There's that one. We're only opening 4. That's my limit today. I don't want to spend any more time with plastic packaging. Okay, there's that one. There's the ball in that one. And there's this one. So I will spray the rest of these, powder these, whatever I'm doing to the rest of these things that we've done. And I will show them to you the next time we are together, which is next Friday. So this is like shimmery. It's peeled paint, spiced marmalade, fossilized amber, and wilted violet. So I'm going to set them up. And I'm going to start with the lightest color. The lightest color is the fossilized amber. And I got it in that corner there. I can already tell you I will be happier with these. A little bit of that one. I don't know if you guys can see. A little bit you can see. I would like to go back and go down a little more. Hit it again with the orange there. There we go. And then let's let that dry. The green. I wish there was a darker green. I don't see one though. Walnut stain. I did do the vintage. What did I do? Oh, the purple is what I did. I don't know if I'm going to try to get purple in there. No, I'm not. Purple doesn't want to spray. Okay, let's dry that one. It's just kind of the same shimmery stuff. It doesn't look like much now, but I'll hold it up. As this dries, the mica powder comes out more. I don't know if it's mica powder or whatever it is, but comes out more. So we'll see it more here in a second. It's beautiful. So I can tell that the mica powder is suspended in a clear liquid. So it doesn't necessarily have stain in it, which he did talk about. It's not a surprise, but it's more or less giving it a pearlescent kind of pearly color. I don't know how to show it to you, but it's very pearly. It needs another layer of something, so we'll do it. Let's add I want dark, so let's add some walnut stain, and it's going to be oxide, and it may or may not be my favorite, but you know, it's there now, so we're dealing with it. And we're just going to make it run. I just needed color, and I got it. And then I'll dry that. It was just too light for me. Couldn't do it. That's good. That's good. All right, much better this time. Now I can see like fall leafy kind of things. Get that to dry a little bit. And the mica really comes out as it dries. It's gorgeous. It kind of like shimmers and freckles. I don't know if that's a word. Speckles. I don't know. As it dries. It's really pretty to watch. It's almost like watching embossing powder. Can you guys see it now shimmer a little bit? That's not being wet. That's it. You get it really good here, and I'll show you. So that's kind of what we ended up with, but it's all metallic. I don't know how to show you the metallic glimmer, but it's metallic. I don't know. That's that one. It's really pretty. It's a great fall combination. What else did we have that we didn't do? I have a bunch more texture pastes to do. I have a whole nother thing of glass bead that has no color on it. Let's try the glass bead with no color with these sprays. This is the glass bead with no color. Can you guys see how like it sparkles? Those are all glass beads. It's just a little tacky. It just needs a minute. And then I'm going to spray those new Tim Holtz sprays over top of this. I just don't want it to be tacky whenever I put color on it. So instead of spraying it, you could drag it through color. But I'm going to do these like Halloween roses, I guess. So we're doing it. Yeah, I don't want the big burst. I want the little burst. But you get what you get and you don't throw a fit. So there's that. I'm going to do green. I do wish that there was more of like a mowed lawn instead of a peeled paint, but that's okay. It's purple and green and a little bit of orange on that guy. Okay. And then let's do this jingle bell because I like the way it's gold. Yeah, the gold is nice. And we lost our purple, but that's okay. Let me heat that. So this one, you're still going to have your crystal glass beads. We've just kind of added some stain to the background, the white background of it. I really need a red in here, and I didn't bring all of mine in. I just grabbed a handful that looked like fall colors. So bear with me as we don't have everything that we need, but we have plenty. So this one is really light and I like it. It's really pretty. However, it needs a little more. Can you guys see? That's what it looks like. This needs a little bit more. From here it looks yucky. From here it looks good. Needs a little more. I don't know what to add. Let's try adding, I want green, so I'm going to do this mowed lawn sparingly if it will let me, which it doesn't, so cool. I got to use what I got to use. Let's try adding some picked raspberry. Actually, let's try doing this. I'm going to mix it up and add the powder in. We have kind of a reddish toned powder. This one is Catherine Wheel. And I said we needed water for this. So let's get all of that to move. We've got a nice base layer. And I'm going to try to drop it where I want it, but it's going to just go where it goes. Remember how I said, if you don't like something, it's literally just another layer, another thing, another product or something on there. And then eventually you get it to where you want it. Don't give up. I mean, sometimes if you're getting frustrated with it or something, you might step back for a little bit, but don't ever give up. I think there's flowers here too. I don't know. I can't remember where all the roses are in this stencil. Let's try that. It's going to spread anyway. There's 15 of you guys left. That's awesome since we've been like 6 hours already. So I'm just going to hit those a little bit. It's the red color. And I've got green on there, so I don't want to end up with mud. Let's see that. I'm going to dry it so it doesn't turn to mud. And then I'm going to add gold over it, and we're going to call that good. I know it looks like a hot mess in the box, but it's a little better in person. I'm mostly concerned with drying that green at the moment. And then we'll add back the distress sprays and the tattered angel sprays. And then it will be good. We just got a couple little drops here. Little puddles. Okay. Now that I've got that layer done, jingle bells for the wind to fill in. It's just a beautiful gold. I like the hint of purple that we have still back there. That's cool. This is the green, and I'm going to go over top of that with the green and fill in where I need it. There we go. Okay. Let me do, there we go. Better, better, better. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it's coming. This one might be my favorite now. I like how we got the little dark bits of the roses with the powder. That was really cool. And the glass beads are shimmering. So maybe I'll add like Victorian scary looking woman. So you know how I was saying I want Victorian ladies in my Halloween journals, and I was trying to figure out how to get them in there. In some of those Victorian French fashion magazines, it's just the picture of the dress with no head. And so I think I'm going to cut those out, and then I'm going to put pumpkins for heads. And I think that's how I'm going to get my Victorian ladies in my Halloween journals. This is almost done. Thank you guys for your patience today. I know it was a marathon, and I don't usually do it this long, but we had so much to get through, and we still didn't get through it all, but we got through a lot. Let me grab a baby wipe and clean off some of the glass beads so that we can see them a little better. Yes. There's just a little powder kind of clouding the glass beads, and I'm focusing on the roses. Sorry about all the light flickering and all of that kind of stuff. Okay, so this is what we ended up with. It is not dry. Hopefully you guys can see. It looks like not nice on camera, but in real life, it's actually very, very pretty. Maybe you guys will see it when it's cut and in a different light, but it's actually really pretty. It has those hints of purple and red in the roses and the lighter shades of green and gold. The whole thing is very gold. Anyway, I'll show it to you. The beginning of the next Craft With Me on Friday, I will show you everything. I'm not going to decorate it. I'll wait to decorate it with you, but I will have it all cut into tags or pockets or journal cards or whatever. Unless there is something else, I think we are going to wrap this up for the day. Do you want me to go through? I just will quick. I'm going to go through where it's at now, and then I'll show you everything as we get it done, as we decorate it. I do have a mess going everywhere. Yes, I do. I need to spend a whole day now cleaning the desk. It's okay. Let me get rid of this box. And let me show you what we've done quick. And we're going to wrap up, and then I'll see you guys on Tuesday for a live sale, unless, of course, my son goes into the hospital, which I talked about yesterday, if you didn't know. We did this time card. It's just like that. I mean, just some inky stuff, right? These were just inky little, this light is really killing everything right now. Let's move that away. So we did some little inky thingies, tags, whatever. So there's those. We did this one, which I just showed you. We did this one. More fall. This one is one of my favorites, the copper paste. This one is the green paste. It came out kind of turquoisey now, but it was that bright green, like seriously bright green. Then we did this one. This is the light butter gold color. Love that. This one, also one of my favorites. I need to do another one just like this. I love this one with the shimmer of gold. I don't know how to show you the gold, but it's gorgeous. So there's those. Then we did these. You can barely see there's a wallpaper piece in here. Then there's that one. You can barely see the pattern on that one too. Awesome layers, but need a little more, a little something, a little more decorating. There's this one. So I like the flower behind them for sure. Knocking over things. We did this one. This was the black paste. That goes in that pile. This one was another one of the roses. Now that this is fully dry, hopefully you guys can see the gold. It's not quite as fluorescent as it's looking on camera, but it is really pretty. So there's that one. We did this whole page, which will be cut up later. You can kind of see resist in places. So resist here, resist here, resist here, which is flowers. More to do with those. This is resist, and you can see the flowers there. Again, they're tag and journal card backgrounds. Going to be gorgeous when they're done. What else did we do that I have drying? Oh, these. Put them in my chair again. These were the first ones, and the oxide pretty much overtook whatever we stamped back there. So once we cut them, they will be gorgeous. This does have a stamped image, but you can't really see it. But this is resist spray. This is what we're after, is that area that stays white when you spray whatever you're spraying over it. This one came out super, super dark. Like there is spider webs and other things back here, but you cannot tell. So for me, it's just backgrounds. I'll just cut it up into like little tags. And again, everything when you cut it smaller looks better. So there's that one. It's upside down. Maybe it's upside, I don't know. It goes this way, I guess. But there's that one. So lots and lots and lots of things. What else did we do? We did a whole bunch of bases that we can further play with. These are the glass bead ones that we did and left as they are. This one I added water drops to. There's this one. See how it's like shimmering? They're like little jewels. In real life, they look like little shimmery beaded jewels. A little harder to see on the lighter ones, but on the darker one, I think you guys can kind of see right in here where it's starting to look like little jewels, rhinestones. It's not blingy, but it is glassy, shiny like stones. So we did those. What else did we do? That's a whole lot, but what else did we do? Hints about the sale. I have unpacked fabulous new boxes of French things that we have never seen before. So we might do that. I know we need to do some of the unpaid for packages. Look at my hands. We need to do some of the unpaid for packages. Redoing those. Let me gather up the things that we didn't do yet and I'm waiting to do. We have those two that are stamped. We have this pile that's stamped. Oh my gosh, we didn't do embossed ones. Dang it. Look at how many embossed ones I prepped for us today. I prepped tons of embossed papers for us to spray today, or ink or whatever. Another time, but we have inky tag bases. We have watercolor cut. We have that. Where are the rest of them? I need to round these up in my room. Let me grab all the rest of the texture paste ones. There's quite a few. I can see that I really didn't need to do so many all at once. Well, it's nice that I have them done now. It ate up quite a bit of our time, didn't it? Let me grab the rest of them. I think I have them all. I keep finding them here, there, and everywhere in my room. I know I'll be like doing the live sale and I'll find something that I stuck somewhere to dry. Oh yeah, there's a whole tray of them up here. Yeah, this whole tray needs to come down. So we prepped so many more. I have hours and hours and hours of other things prepped. I have this one prepped. Maybe you can see it. And I have this one. So there's several of those. 3 of those still. This is the light butter gold colored paste. A couple of those. I've got some more black crackle. I've got green crackle. Another black, copper. This one's just texture paste. More texture paste. This one's going to be awesome. I love that curve. Dots. Different texture paste. Dots. And then those ones. And all of this is now prepped and ready to go. Like it's a massive pile. So other than cleaning up my mess, yeah, that was a lot. I had fun. I need to do a whole lot more. And I think I'm going to have to break down and get the regular distress sprays because the oxide is just killing me how much it covers up. And I knew it did. I knew it turned milky. I just was not thinking it was going to overpower everything as much as it did. So my wish list is regular sprays. And then I will probably finish the rest of this pile with regular sprays. I can come back on and do that another time. I don't want to take away our Friday and Saturdays anymore for this kind of activity because this takes so long. And we are still the 14th of September, and we need to finish this Halloweenish journal by the end of September so that we can move to a new journal kit in October. So let me flip the camera back around and say my goodbyes to you guys for hanging out. I really enjoyed. I think, look at that. Like, that is a beautiful, beautiful pile of things to play with. Just imagine like Tim Holtz people and things, ephemera decorating on top of that. Sorry, I'm trying to clean myself up. I am sure that I have ink somewhere on my face. It's literally everywhere. Yeah, I'm trying to wipe off my face because I'm pretty sure there's ink on it. Anyway, I'm turning the camera back around. Let me turn my monitor first. And then I'm turning the camera back around and I will say my goodbyes unless there's something that you guys want to talk about or something like that. Yeah, we're good. My hair's look like I just woke up and have bed head. It's because it was in a clip. But look, like, yeah, that's going to take a while to soak off. Anyway, it was fun. It was worth it. I enjoyed it. And I'm not done yet. I need to take a little break, but I'll come back later today and work a little bit more, and then I'll clean up some stuff. I want to spray some oxide sprays or splatter them onto some coffee dyed cardstock as my pages. So I'll do a little more of the mixed media stuff just off camera. I'll show you what I did and I'll tell you what I did when we come back next Friday. Thanks for joining me, guys. It was fun. And it doesn't matter, like, it doesn't matter if you do it right or wrong or whatever. There's not really a right or wrong. Just keep going. And if you think, oh, wow, that didn't turn out, I don't like it, just keep going. Because several times today I was like, I'm not really thrilled with that. But the more I put on, the more I liked. And then ultimately, if you really don't like it in the end, you can just cover it with another piece of ephemera and it can just peek out around the edges or something. So nothing is ever wasted in junk journaling. Usually, if you just keep going, you'll get to somewhere where you like it. So that's my advice. Just play, have fun. Don't stress about it. It's not supposed to be stressful. Just enjoy the process of sitting down and creating and having that mind escape where you can escape the outside rest of the world that's crazy right now with political ads every 5 seconds, and just sit down and create and make something fun. That's my advice for the weekend. Sorry. That's my advice for the weekend. Just have fun, craft. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up, take a little break from this. I have a huge mess to clean up. And yeah, I just stood for 5 hours doing a craft with me. I don't know why I don't sit. Like, my chair is literally right there. I mean, you can sit at the desk and do it. I don't know why I don't do it. Anyway, I hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend. Have fun. I'll say goodbye and I'll see you on Tuesday. French things on Tuesday. As much, oh my gosh, don't put your glasses up with that finger. As much as I want to tell you, I cannot tell you every little thing because then people scoop me, right? Because, you know, sometimes there's a sale before mine and they scoop me. So I'm just going to keep it a secret other than French things. Bye, guys. Thanks for joining. Bye, guys.